All right, folks, just had to set the audio there. All right, Maxwell with a 2.572. Next up, Lincoln. So if you guys are just now hearing me, for sure you are, we're in the qualifying session for the GRC FCR class here at Lanes Raceway. 929 gear ratio locked down to a Stomp or Super 16D Death Star, or not Super 16, but a 16D Death Star motor from Mid America Parma. And it's been a pretty fun little class for guys getting started out here in the oval. And they're going to start this one up. And this is Lincoln up next. Drew's already qualified so far with a 2.049 top time. Chelsea there with a 2.82 and a 2.572 for Maxwell. Right now, 2.582 for Lincoln. He just bought him a car today, so this car will take a little bit of break-in time to take place. They can also run a 1030 gear ratio, and sometimes the cars come in with a 1030. All right, Lincoln with a 2.582. So as it goes, Drew Hoagland pole, second Chelsea, third Maxwell, and fourth Lincoln. GRC, here we go. Segment type 60 drivers. Hang on, I'll announce it. Don't confuse me. Drew, you said orange. Chelsea? Green? Maxwell? Red? Yellow? Lincoln? Blue? All right, we're ready to race. We are live streaming YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. If you want to join in and talk about some of these racers, some of the conversation. Chelsea's going to start on green, Drew on orange, Lincoln on blue, and Maxwell on yellow. And these races will be for points. As we come over here real quick and take a look, we can see right now Chelsea's already got 2 wins there. Drew's got 1. We'll see if we can get one of these other boys up here, Lincoln or Maxwell, with a win possibly. Kenneth Schultz, says, we're back. Good sound level today. Great greetings from Denmark. Greetings, Kenneth. Yeah, when we first started out, I had to reset the microphone once again. It was a little messed up. So first portion of it's no sound, but got some now. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go. And we're jumping into our first race today. And this is our GRC FCR race. And out of the gate right now, a big incident as yellow and black, I believe, or yellow and white were the only cars left on. Chelsea Kirtley moving quickly up to the top there on green lane. And she's coming in the back. A wreck happens. She squeezes in between the wrecks there on yellow and black. And yellow gets put back on. Nathaniel Burton and Randy Kirtley track marshaling. They're in our pro class there on the Defense 7 Cup race. They've hit the track button for some reason. So the only reason a track should be hit is if a track marshal yells track. Other than that, they'll just get them on when they can. Chelsea Kirtley out to a demanding lead so far. Drew right there behind her on orange. So we see yellow there coming off. Getting started back here again. As we can see, the car on yellow there, Maxwell and Lincoln, both pretty newcomer racers here. They both enjoy their time, though. Let's see Randy Kirtley trying to get him put back on there. Nathaniel Burton helping out. Drew now taking over first position there on orange. Kenneth Schultz says, sounds good. Thank you, Kenneth. And Drew and T, or that's what I call her, it's her nickname, but Drew and Chelsea been battling it out all season long in this class. They had a little bit other competition early on with Nathaniel. Nathaniel hasn't raced it in the past 2 weeks, but we've been gaining racers since then. See Yellow Lane being a little tricky there. As Maxwell keeps coming off there with his new body. He got him a new gold Charger body there. 3 seconds left to go. Now with this class, we have a 60-second rotation. And it's a little bit quicker than our normal 2-minute rotation, but these cars here don't require as much effort as some of the other cars that we run. Chelsea's going to rotate to blue, and her fastest lap was a 2.232. Drew's going to rotate to white. His fastest lap was a 2.154. Lincoln, he's going to travel to purple. His fastest was a 2.084. And Maxwell's going to travel to orange, and his fastest time was a 2.689. So the fastest lap time that previous heat there was Lincoln at a 2.084. 51 laps respectively tied with Chelsea and Drew, and they're going to lead the segment there. But Lincoln close behind there with 44 laps. A couple incidents there at the very beginning as he was getting his feet wet. Now probably got that sorted out a little bit. We might see a little bit closer of a race here, especially towards the end of this race. It gets a little bit dicey. The guys and the gals tend to not let each other by, and they have a little bit more back and forth between each other. Out of the gate, really fast into it. White Lane, Drew Hoagland. T put his name in there as that, but anyways, he was out first, jolting out with the car, and currently in the lead. Lincoln now in second. Maxwell in third. It's not showing Chelsea's time just yet, but they just now popped up there. And sometimes this takes place with the software. So we get a yellow flag there. Let's see Chelsea Kirtley finally getting her car put back on. A little bit of a cutout in my headphones there, a little static I'm hearing. 68 seconds left to go in the heat. Drew Hoagland with 24 laps, 76 total. Chelsea 1 lap down from that with 75. And Lincoln 68, Maxwell 48. Coming up after this will be our Defense 7 class. See a car stalled here. And another track call. And it looks to be Maxwell's car there with a little trouble. All right, looks like Randy's got him fixed back on there. Ooh, and a hard hit coming into the wall there. It's Maxwell's car there coming off. So they go side by side there. A nice little clean pass there on the blue lane of Chelsea Kirtley, narrowly missing one of the cars here. Randy Kirtley getting another car put back on there. I believe that was Drew and Lincoln that came off there. That's going to be Lincoln coming off there off that purple lane. 20 seconds remaining. Total laps turned. Drew Hoagland, 1 lap up on Chelsea Kirtley with 97. Total turn 47 to his Chelsea's 46. And a rider Drew's car hit hard into the wall there. See, it was a rider. Some upcoming events here at Lanes Raceway in November. We're going to have the Flexi Challenge guys come back, and that's going to be exciting because we had a great time in May with those guys. They're going to be coming back up here to run another bout of racing, GTM, LMP, and GTP action. And then also in November, I believe it's the 15th, we're going to have the American Womp Racing Association come down here and run some Womp series here. We got a legacy class running the Kramer body, which is the champion or Mid-America Womp chassis. And then the other two classes is late model and legends. And in those classes, you can run the Goblin chassis in addition, and also run a mini brute instead of a 25K. And I think it's 930 is the gear ratio for that. But all the rules and stuff for those classes, both the Flexi and the AWRA, are on their websites respectively. You can also check out the Flexi Challenge rules on lanesraceway.com under the rules section. Go down to the Flexi cars. You'll see Flexi Challenge there, and you'll see all the rules for that if you want to get involved in that. And come join us for that race. Get your cars ready to rock for that. And you can also go to the American Womp Racers Association page and check out the rules for that. And you can see that in the bottom of the picture on our Facebook page. Guys, if the cars come off, just put them back on when you get a chance. Live track, fellas. A little bit too much track calls here. Drew Hoagland there with 11 laps. Chelsea there with 10. 9 for Lincoln. 8 for Maxwell. Several cars coming off. Congratulations there to Nathaniel Burden for getting 3 cars put on as quick as he did. Everybody kind of out of rhythm here, it looks like. Several people having trouble getting around Dead Man's Corner this week. A little less smooth than we're used to seeing. .35 seconds left to go. Drew Hoagland really standing out there in the lead. 36 laps to Lincoln's 29. Chelsea Kirtley now moving into third position with 27 for Maxwell. So we take a look at our leader there on red lane. He's running a smooth red lane. All the wrecks seem to be down low, and he's dodging every one of them that do come up high. As he comes up there, he's just passing the white lane there, and it's going to be a rider on red as they hit the track call button there with 5 seconds left to go. And here we go. 2 seconds remaining. And I'm going to take a small little break in between here and see if anybody needs anything at the stands. I'll be right back with you. All right, guys, I'm back. And as we can still see, Drew Hoagland in the lead, 184 total laps. His best time, a 1.79, to be bested by Chelsea Kirtley with a 2.060. She's going to move into second place there in front of Lincoln here. Lincoln's been holding her back there for a little bit. Now giving it back to Lincoln, as Lincoln's going to move back into second position. Lincoln's trying his best to catch Drew Hoagland. He's about 30 laps down from Drew, as Chelsea's about 20 laps down. So it's going to be a tough little bout there to catch him, as Drew's been running pretty flawlessly here. Sean McCutcheon with the double fist rebound there, putting the cars back on. 5 seconds left in this segment. Trouble there, getting that in. That's going to be a heat over. And that's the brakes sometimes. If you can't keep the car on, sometimes the track marshals do their best, but it is a live track, folks, so don't come off. So we take a view here of the right display. You can see Drew's going to rotate to blue. Drew with a 2.157 fast lap time. Chelsea to yellow with a 2.047 fastest lap time. Lincoln going to be rolling to orange with a 2.117. And Maxwell rotating to green with a 2.474. And that is first segment. Drew, Lincoln was second in that segment. Chelsea's third in the segment, and Maxwell fourth there in the segment. So several racers here. Top three, of course, going to get paid out in track bucks. So that'll be pretty cool. Going to move you guys back over here to the oval in just a moment. But let's take a look here at the orange. We see some guys preparing here for our Defense 7 Cup NASCAR race here coming up later on this evening. And they're paused the orange track there. You can see in the bottom left, or the oval track is paused. So they've got some work they're doing on some cars. But anyways, majority of our race is going to be on the orange track today. Next week, all of those will, of course, be on the blue track. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, everything today is on the orange except for one race series. So, be a lot of orange action. Heading back over to the oval to see what we're looking at here. Sean's trying to figure something out, it looks like. I don't know. 5 seconds, we'll be going racing. How's it going, Blake? You just have to try to repin it, move it forward. Now it doesn't get into the body, does it?
Yes, that's why I'm gonna take those spacers off right there. I think it'll bring it in enough.
Okay.
I ain't worried about it. They don't look too stupid.
Well, all right. Huh? Yeah, I would shoot it forward a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you just took that and repinned it up here, you know, you can move it forward.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
All right.
Be gentle with it,
Yeah.
because I know that sorter joint's not real good on it. So Blake, he's going to be in some of the races here later on today too. So excited to see him get in some action there. He's been pretty good with the wing cars here as of late. 70 seconds left in the heat here. 230 total laps. Drew Dog, also known as Drew Hoagland, with a best lap of 2.078. Currently, that is the fastest lap time. Chelsea Kirtley there, kind of in her own head, I believe. She's been wanting a new set of tires this week. I told her, I said, you know, you don't really need a new set. Those tires are pretty new, but the outside edge of those tires kind of been roughed up a little bit, and she was thinking that they were possibly bad. That could have got in her head a little bit, but diameter-wise, they were pretty much on point where you want them. The back end low enough that they barely pass tech, so, you know, that's what you want, even though she wanted a new set of tires. Sometimes that gets in your head a little bit. But we can see she's turning good lap times here, 2:07.7. She's right there with Drew at a 2:040. Drew's motor just now getting broke in. Hers is actually on the other side of the stage, where hers is starting to break out as her braids and or brushes in her motor and stuff are getting a little bit wore. So Sean didn't fully get the green car Maxwell put in there. And Maxwell suffered a few lap loss there. Nonetheless, we're rolling out of segment 6 there. We'll be into our next segment here shortly. And as we can take a look here at the right display, Drew going to rotate to purple. His fastest lap, 2:040. Very close behind him there. Chelsea going to orange with a 2:077. And Lincoln, he's doing an exceptional job too. Only 4 laps down from Chelsea after that heat. A 2.131 was his fastest lap on white lane, which is pretty good up to be up that high. Maxwell there on blue with a 2.431, turning 35 laps that previous segment. Total laps are this: 262 for Drew, 237 for Chelsea, 224 for Lincoln, and 172 for Maxwell. Looking at the oval here, we see Sean taking a look there at Maxwell's car. He's trying to get it fixed up there a little bit. Maxwell's going to run back, try to get ready. And it looks like they're going to pause that 120 seconds. 1 second here, folks. All right. Hello, Michael Howe. How's it going, man? Drew Dog still in the lead by 1 lap. Chelsea fighting back a little bit, but I think it's all but wrote in stone for her, as she is about 20 or 30 laps back from Drew Hoagland. Lincoln and Chelsea are more likely close together there, within 15, 20 laps of each other. And Maxwell there, he's having some trouble keeping that new body on, finding that rhythm that he had when we first started. Could be an issue with the bent chassis or something like that. I know several people have taken a look at his car, so he's having somewhat of some issues going on there. We'll see if he can figure that out later on. 62 seconds remaining in the heat, and we got some good racing coming up here shortly for you here on the orange track. See Brian Vender there working on his car a little bit, getting ready. That'll be our Defense 7 Cup race coming up next. We're excited to have that there on the orange track. And then very few of the Taun tracks going to races today. I think we only got 1 on it for today. And if I'm not mistaken, that's LMP. So everything else will be raced on the orange today. Now next week that will all change. Michael says, doing all right. Did some hard body racing yesterday. Couldn't do much better than 4th place. Hey, 4th place ain't bad, especially in hard bodies. Hard bodies are tough to handle, especially if you get them a little bit quicker. I know a lot of the guys run, 18K motors, 25K motors, stuff like that. T3s or something like that, I believe is what they are. And, here we run really fast motors in them. That's really tough. That was our previous series. You get them up to speed, the brakes don't really tend to work too good on them. You almost need a secondary brake system put on the slot car tracks, but definitely hard bodies, tough stuff for sure. Heading over to the right displays after that heat, Drew going into round 7 on black is going to have a fast lap of 1.995. He's been pretty much untouchable here in the GRC FCR class here at Lanes Raceway. 9:29 gear ratio respectively. Chelsea there rotating to white with a 2.175. She's in those 2.1s too. We seen Lincoln earlier in those 2.1s doing pretty good. Now we see Lincoln here with a 2.279 there on red. His fastest lap, he'll be rotating into red. And then we got Maxwell rotating into purple with a 2.432. Total laps, black lane, where Drew's going to be, is 318. He's far out there. Almost could just quit right now while he's ahead. Chelsea there with 289. Lincoln with 272 and 207 for Maxwell. Orange racing coming up next. Going to be exciting. Hope you guys stay tuned for that. Here we are back at the oval, though, with 6 seconds paused again. Looks like somebody's working on a car yet again, having some issues. Michael Howe, one class we use 16D motors, and the other we use a Hawk 25 unlimited gearing on both. 16D class be a handful for sure. Hawk 25, that's about like our rental cars here at Lanes Raceway. They're decent, a little bit slower than a stomp motor. But either way you look at it, the top heaviness of those hard bodies, definitely a handful to keep control of. But if you can get them set up just right, they will fly, and they look good doing it, especially if people sticker them up like the NASCARs of old and all that, depending on what type of hard body class you're running. We ran a hard body NASCAR class here, old school stuff, and it was pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. We didn't have a whole lot of people in it because it required people to build a concourse body, and sticker it up, make it look realistic. And what ended up happening is I ended up creating every one of them, except for a few people that bought them and never stickered them up. And it just, that side of things didn't go well, which was disappointing because I really wanted them to look like NASCARs and look good. We've had a few series before. Probably our best concourse series that we ever had was one called Hometown Heroes, where everybody set up a car to look like a open wheel modified guy that they knew locally. And man, we had 15, 16 guys in that, and everybody had a good looking car. Some performed better than others, but it was a blast. We had a great time. Did interview with racers and all that. It was fun. Michael Howell, the 16D class is very fast, and they can use old or new bodies. So, yeah, that's awesome. So I guess you are using some of the newer school NASCAR bodies. I got two of them over there right now that didn't sell. Evidently, those are NASCAR racers that people don't really care for around here, which I always thought people liked Kyle Busch. I mean, I like him all right. I know he's a good racer for sure. We're just talking about liking somebody for sheer racing skill. I think he's pretty tough to beat. And another one, I think it was a Joey Logano or something that people didn't really care that much for. Either way, they're in the consignment now. They might sell eventually. If not, at the very least, they look good under the display case. 5 seconds left to go in segment 7 of 8. Hardly any talking about this race. 53 laps there, 54 for Drew as we end it. 50 for Chelsea, 4 laps down from there. There's really just no catching Drew Hoagland at this point, turning that many laps. Lincoln with 47, Maxwell with 38. Like I said, this is a live track, so it's going to be really tough unless somebody blows up right at the very beginning to catch Drew Hoagland today. He's just on top of things. 1.918 is his fastest there as he rotates to his final yellow lane. Chelsea's going to rotate to red for her final with a 2.312 there off a white lane. 2.352 off a red lane for Lincoln was his fast one, and green is what he's rotating to. Black of Maxwell, 2.521 as he rotates to the black lane. Total laps, Drew Hoagland, 372, 339 Chelsea, 319 Lincoln, and 245 for Maxwell. Like I said, I'm super excited. Defense 7 Cup coming up next. We see Brian Vender over there working hard, trying to get his stuff set up as we're going to be rolling hard through the tech. Tech's already pretty much done. Brian's the only guy. He's a little bit late comer here, so his car will just be going through tech right when we do it. We'll be bringing those cars over, getting them ready for qualifying just after this race. 110 seconds left to go here. Who's going to bring it home? Well, it looks like Drew Hoagland. Sorry, folks. Hate to be a spoiler or anything, but he has just been on one today in the oval class, and everybody deserves a good win, and he's been able to dodge it all. If he can continue this trend throughout the rest of the races today, even Defense 7 NASCAR, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We'll probably see him quite a few times this weekend on the podium. So we see Maxwell's car coming off a couple times there on black lane. He seems to be getting it back under control there. Lincoln, probably the most improved racer I've seen. First time racing here, I believe, in this class. And he is running up there with the likes of Chelsea and Drew. He's only about 18 or so laps down from those. And we've seen most of the majority of his wrecks in the first heat, causing a lot of that to take place. But he has, for several heats, taken out Chelsea for total laps turned in the heat. So he is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to further races in this class. As soon as his car gets broke in a little bit, we're going to see some leaps and bounds, I'm sure, from him. 36 remaining. Drew Hoagland pushing for that 450 mark. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, but he is definitely trying. We got some non-copyrighted Celtic music, medieval style music going on here at Lanes Raceway, just to cut the dry noise here in Lanes Raceway of just nothing but slot cars. But it shouldn't affect our live stream, so I'm hoping that takes uh, hold. It's worked the past 2 weeks anyway. I don't even know if you guys can really hear it in the background. Anytime we play copyrighted music here, somehow or another, even if it's so faintly, it picks up and we get copyrighted and it gets shut out of several places. All right. Let's see if we had any ties. No ties. You guys can pick your cars up. So it's going to be Drew in first, Chelsea in second, and Lincoln in third. Michael says can, but most just use model car bodies. That's cool. Like, I wish we had a good selection of model car bodies. I'd like to run a hard body class with nothing but that. And I know our drag racers are constantly looking for them too. All right, folks, that's the race there as we go over here to the right lane display. Drew Hogan's going to bring it home with 428 laps. Chelsea Kirtley in second with 387. Lincoln with 371 third. Maxwell fourth with 281. So we're going to go over here to the points here. And this is our fall series wins. We're going to add another one there for Drew Hoagland. So let's go ahead and get into the settings here and make that 2 wins for Drew Hoagland. All right, guys, going to rotate it over here to the orange. We're going to get some stuff situated here. I'm going to actually exit out of this for the oval. And we're going to roll over here real quick and move this to the road PC. And I got to get some names put in for that. And we'll go ahead and put these names in, then we'll go grab the cars. So we're going to quit the practice here. Go to qualify. First up is going to be Defense 7 Cup. So we get that set. We're going to choose our drivers. Glenn, Sean, Randy, Nathaniel. Brian, you racing D7 Cup? Brian Vender, we're going to put him in. Gabriel Kirtley, I don't know if his name's on here or not. I believe it is. Gabriel, put him in. We need to find Drew Hoagland. I don't know if his name's on here or not. Nope, we'll have to put him in last. Other than that, we got Guillermo. Got him. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We put him in. We'll be good. Oh, so we got 9 racers? All right, I like that. Let me get James in there. We'll randomize it real quick. James McCutcheon. Do a couple clicks here. All right. Go in here and we'll add Drew. Drew always gets to go last on this track. All right, here we go. We'll put his name in actually instead of Drew Dog this time to save to his records here for this class. And then I got to check one more car, guys, so just bear with me. I'm going to head back over here to the chat. I'll be right back here with you guys. Going to check one car, and we're going to bring them out on the track and be ready for qualifying. smaller than that. It's a 332nd chassis.
Does anybody not have an LMP?
I don't know.
Because I have an extra one.
Just lay it up there. I'll check it. And
It's identical to mine, except for it's geared 1131 instead of 1133.
I mean, you can just lay it up there with the other cars. I'll get to it after this. If somebody needs one, you know what I'm saying. All right, guys, we're about to get this baby underway. All right, need some track marshals here. Up first, going to be Gabriel Kirtley, followed by Randy Kirtley, James McCutcheon to follow that, Guillermo Sire, Sean, Nathaniel, Glenn, Brian, and Drew. We got a total of 9 racers here. Let me get this situated here. And Gabriel, are you ready? Here we go. Gabriel Kirtley up first. Just going to run a little check here to make sure sound's still good. I left for a few seconds. You never know with the sound with this software. Gabriel Kirtley out first. Coming for his first lap. Going to be a 3.541 currently on pole. .507 besting his previous. 3.413 besting. .406 besting his previous with 19 seconds to go. 3.369. He's having some issues there with the car possibly. All right, current pole, Gabriel Kirtley, 3.369. Next up, Randy Kirtley on deck, James McCutcheon. Are you ready? Here we go. Randy Kirtley with his first lap, 7.556 down to a 3.527. And with that, he's going to take pole 3.295. 3.275 besting it. 3.269 besting it. Now 3.8 besting it. 3.204. Can he get in the ones? All right, new pole, Randy Kirtley, 3.204. Next up, James McCutcheon, followed by Guillermo Suar. All right, James, you ready? Here we go. And a hard hit there in Dead Man's Corner. His son, Sean McCutcheon, going to get him put back on there. Oh, he's got a flip there taking place. .587 so far. And it's a possible break, a little more break in that car. Michael Al says, one thing we do not do at my track is qualify. We just go to the randomizer, and that's what determines who starts on what lane. Yes, Michael, we qualify for one reason, and half of these guys are going to go to the B main, and half of them are going to go to the A. It kind of sets people together a little bit more of their skill level. Instead of the slower guys trying to keep up with the fast guys, it causes them to wreck more. We end up having the slow guys with the slow guys. All right, James McCutcheon with a 3.847. Next up, Guillermo Suar, followed by Sean McCutcheon. All right, Guillermo, are you ready? Here we go. Yeah, Michael, we actually adopted that from the Flexi Challenge guys from Cleveland, Tennessee at the Raceway. They come up here and raced a Flexi Challenge race here with us in May, and you know what? We really like that they split it up into two, and it made a big difference. It actually makes the racing go a little bit quicker, believe it or not. Uh, and it's just something we've been doing since then. We've actually been running live track since then too. I've kind of stepped away from the 3 strikes you're out, and it's sped things up more than it has hurt us. So that's something good to maybe think about if you got multiple racers. The most we've ever had was enough to make a C main, and I think we had 15, so we'll put 5 in each. But right here, we're doing pretty good today. 3, 6, 9 racers. Not bad at all. Guillermo Saar right now with a 3.235. Very close to Randy's time. All right, that's good enough for second position right now. Guillermo Saar, 3.235. Next up, Sean McCutcheon, followed by Nathaniel Burden. Sean, are you ready? Here we go. Sean McCutcheon, one of the faster racers here. We'll see how well he does. .840 so far. 371, 3718 respectfully. This car rolling out there a little. 3.596. Drew with a nice putback. All right, Sean McCutcheon with a 3.589. Next up, Nathaniel Burden, followed by Glenn Burden. A beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway, guys. I'm talking beautiful. And look, we got people in the side parking lot. Look at that beautiful wind. It kind of goes along with the music. Front parking there, crowded as usual. Got me boxed in with my car. All right, Nathaniel, are you ready? Here we go. Well, Michael, I'll tell you what, man. He says here we didn't get enough racers to qualify. Sometimes we have 8, sometimes we have 14. I will tell you this, 8 is a good amount these days. And we split 8. We actually put 4 in the B and 4 in the A. And it's kind of for 2 reasons. You know, if you win a B main, it makes you feel pretty good too. You know, just like it's like you get 2 winners instead of just 1. Um, and I'll tell you what, 8's pretty good. You got 14, that's really good. That's outstanding. We hardly ever have 14 racers, so we're blessed to have. I'm not over here dogging my guys by no means. I love my guys, but this 9, that's exceptional for us here in Livermore for Lanes Raceway. And I thank God for each one of them. It's been a blessing to have these guys. Right now, Nathaniel 3.520. And you guys know me. I give all credit to the Lord for all of our success here. And I believe we had good success here for sure. All right, Nathaniel 3.520. Next up, Glenn Burden, followed by Brian Vender. And I believe it keeps getting better. I think slot car racing itself in general and a lot of these slot car tracks definitely getting better. We see Mach 1 Raceway right now holding the Nationals, and I've seen I believe it's the owner doing some little videos showing his new tracks and stuff and how he's working on them by himself, and I'll tell you, that is an undertaking. All right, here we go, Glenn. And that him recoating that flat track, putting sanding it and recoating it, sanding it, and then now he's into braiding it. Also getting ready for the Nationals. He's got a new coat of paint on the floor. This dude's humping it down there at Mach 1 Speedway. And there's very few guys that run tracks that put in that kind of work. So that looks really good, Blake. And the guys with that kind of dedication, you need to support those guys because they're really putting in a lot of work there. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you what, super excited for Mach 1 Raceway. I hope they have a blessed, beautiful turnout for the Nationals. If he live streams it, we're definitely going to be watching it. If he's live streaming it, I believe it would be this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen it. But if you guys know if they are live streaming it, where they're live streaming it, please let me know because I would love to put it up on our projector for our guys to watch. We always watch the big races for sure. Glenn Burden right now with a 3.455. .448, best in his previous. All right, Glenn Burden with a 3.448. Up next, Brian Vender, followed by Drew Hoagland. Drew's my cousin. He looked at me and he goes, "Really?" I like messing with him a little bit. All right, Brian, you ready? Here we go. So Brian Vender coming in here just about 30 or so minutes ago, getting his car set up, ready to rock. Excited to see how well he does here. 3.670 for a first lap. Just getting that baby warmed up. He's having some issues there at Dead Man's Corner. 3.831. Drew with a good putback. Michael House says the track owner recently bought back NASCAR truck 4.5 inch. That's probably our best racing class. Oh man, tell me 4.5 inch flexi, because that was so much fun when I was growing up. We did a NAS truck class, 4.5 inch flexi Scorpion from JK. I had a blast. Bobby LaFoon, his track. That's what we raced. It was such a good time. All right, Brian Vender with the 3.562. Next up, Drew Hoagland. And, I get to see Bobby from time to time. He comes up here, hangs out with us with Zach, and he ran an exceptional track when we were kids. Partially the reason why I wear these Hawaiians all the time. He used to wear them when I was a kid, and I just remember that was always something that made me happy seeing him with those on. He was always smiling, having a good time. We try to portray that here at the track. Keep a good atmosphere here for sure. All right, Drew, you ready? Here we go. Drew Hoagland's going to be our final qualifier here. We'll go over a little bit of qualifying here, and it looks like we're going to have 5 as our cutoff. 5.929 so far. It's going to be smoked right here. 3.419. And that is going to put him, that's going to put him in the A right there with the 3.3. And Drew, when we was in the basement, definitely a front runner. Was always battling it out with me and my brother. And he's just now getting back in the mix, figuring things out. He's racing, believe it or not, guys, with a broken brake pod. Like, he has no brake on this car. So he's trying to time it right and kind of stutter the trigger to help the car kind of engine brake, I guess. But we've been messing around with cars the past 3 or 4 nights. He even did a little bit of VR for the first time the other night. All right, Drew Hoagland with a 3.359. So the 5th position guy is going to be the cutoff. Randy's going to be in the A. Guillermo in the A. Drew in the A. Gabriel in the A. Glenn Burden, you want to be in the A or the B? A. Glenn Burden's going to go to the A. So starting off will be Nathaniel, Brian, Sean, and James in the B. All right, we're going to head over here to the race and get that started up. It's not Group F. As we guys know, it is Defense 7 Cup. Get those in there. Segment type, make it 120, 120. Let's get to those drivers. Double click here on the Defense 7 to load all these racers. Kick everybody back out. And then we're going to start. Pardon me. Nathaniel, where would you like to go? Black. All right, Nathaniel. I'm missing one. Well, I'm missing a racer on here. For some reason or another, I didn't put James on there. Brian, where would you like to go? Yeah. White. Sean, where would you like to go? Anything but white and black. Purple. And I got to try to add James somehow. Oh, he is on the set outs. Thank you, Sean. James, where would you like to go? Blue? Okay. All right, and that's our 4 racers for the B main. Brian, James, Sean, and Nathaniel. Brian on white, James on blue, Sean on purple, Nathaniel on black. Michael Howe says, a few weeks ago, I actually raced my first truck race. I borrowed someone's truck and finished second. It's beginner's luck. I don't know, Michael. You've been doing this for a while. I don't know if we can consider you beginner's luck. So we see the guys getting their cars ready. They are allowed to touch their cars now before putting them on the track so they can oil them up, glue them, and all that. Now, they cannot do that during the qualifier, but they can do that during this portion before the race. 120 seconds, also known as 2-minute segments. And we're getting our track marshals in position here. Like I said, a beautiful, beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway. As we got the trees moving in the wind. Beautiful day. About 75, 76 degrees it feels like, but beautiful wind coming in, about 50-degree wind it feels like. No, it ain't that cold. Nonetheless, it's pretty good. Well, these guys are racing for a win here. We'll see if one of these guys might possibly get them a win here for the Fall Series win, and they're going to be hosting up that big old check yet again. That's the hope anyway. All right. Everybody's ready other than Sean, so we're going to go ahead and go on. I was just teasing with Sean. See if I can get him to look. He didn't look, though. Everybody had their cars in this week. No penalties of getting moved into the B main with a 5-lap penalty. So that's pretty good. Looks like Sean's the last to hook up here. We can see him hooking up vigorously. All right, everybody hooked up, ready to go. Be behind the blue line. Don't forget, do not hit the track button unless the track marshals tell you to by the bridge. And you can hit it if there's a rider, and you can hit it on the backstretch. Other than that, wait till they say track. Here we go. Starting out right out of the gate, white to move forward here. Brian Vender, he slows down quite a bit here. Looks like Drew Hoagland's going to get these cars put back on. James McCutcheon currently in the lead there on blue lane. As he's rolling around looking to catch another guy. Somebody coming off in the donut portion there. Sean McCutcheon, or in the horseshoe, sorry. Gabriel Kirtley got him put back on. But in that blue lane, James McCutcheon showing them how it's done with that yellow car. It looks like his car just come out. And we're going to see Drew Hoagland get him put back on there. James still hanging on to that lead, but Brian Vender, we got a rider there on the back stretch, and that's going to cause a little bit of an incident in the high banks. So we see Sean McCutcheon taking a look at his car over there in the black shirt, and it looks like he might be fine. Glenn, the hooker, Burden, getting that car out of the high banks over there by Guillermo. Looks like he's going to get that set up decently. I don't think there was too much of an issue there other than just a little bit of body rub. But we've seen it a lot worse than that. That's why it's very important if it is a rider to hit that button. You don't have to yell rider, just hit the button. You're quicker at hitting the button than you are yelling rider and waiting for a track marshal to hit a button. So our track marshals have our racers hit the buttons. Because racers definitely want to hit that button as quick as possible. It's their car usually. We get a track, but Randy Kirtley is going to pull it, and they're going to race on. We see James there still getting used to the buttons there. A lot of times he just lets his car ride on out. James McCutcheon now in third position. Nathaniel Burton taking over the lead there on black lane. So we see a car getting put back on white lane. That's Brian Vender's car getting put back on. That was by Guillermo Sire. As we do have, like I said, plenty of track marshals now as we've split up the A from the B. 28 seconds left to go in our first segment here, and a couple cars coming off in the S. So we see Drew Hoagland giving a good hard push there for James McCutcheon in that blue lane. Another car coming off there on black. That was Nathaniel Burton, your current leader, turning a 3.488 best lap time. 3.6 seemed to be the average, 3.9 somewhat of the latter, but he is on white lane there, white and red being the toughest lanes. A rider with 4 seconds left to go. The buttons are not going to work. And we are going into the next heat. Just like that, folks. Live tracks, the way to go for sure, especially with newer racers. We see they're all kind of somewhat running close together within 0.3 of a second of each other as we go over here to the right display to take a look at that. Looking at the right display, Nathaniel Burden moving on over to yellow. 3.488 is his fastest lap time. Sean McCutcheon with a 3.61. We usually see Sean in the A mains. He's going to be rotating to black, though, hanging out in the B mains today. Brian Vender there on red with a 4.240. Pretty good as he's up on the high hog there. Going to even be a little bit worse probably this heat as he's on red lane. James McCutcheon rotating to purple, starting out strong there on that blue lane. Ripping and roaring and hanging it in there. 3.926. He's only 2/10 down from the fastest of Nathaniel Burden. Like I said, from the fastest to the slowest, we're only looking at about 4/10 of a second, folks. 4/10 of a second separating these guys. So they're more in tune with each other, racing side by side, versus some of the guys in the next heat coming up running, several tenths faster than that. So it keeps these guys from pushing as hard, helps them learn to be a little bit quicker. Total laps, 29 for Nathaniel, 28 Sean, 26 Brian, 25 James. We're going to head back over to our oval. Or not our oval, excuse me. And I clicked the wrong one. Hey, Tuesday nights, don't forget, we race RC here. That's our RC track there. There we are. That's the one I want to... No, it isn't. Clicked oval again. Orange track. That's the one I want to click. Maybe I need to change that to road or something to help my eyes a little bit better, because oval and orange are very close together, and I tend to hit the wrong one more times than not. 12 seconds before we go back racing. Like I said, it's been a pretty close little first heat here. 29, 28, 26, and 25. So we're only looking at about 5 or 6 laps difference from each other, and that's quite a bit of laps, it seems, but this track is only 90 foot long, so it's not too big of a track. As we're hammering back in it, James McCutcheon is going to be showing that lap first there on purple lane. We hear the engine sounds of these cars as they go by, and that's them breaking their own lap records on that track. Riders need to hit the button. Guys, if you got a rider, do not forget to hit the button. As we head back racing yet again, Nathaniel Burden now rising to the top there. 6 laps, 36 total. 31 for James, 34 for Sean, and 31 for Brian. So Nathaniel and Sean battling it out as we see Sean increasing his to 9 laps over James's 8. We see Drew Hoagland getting the car put back on there on black lane. That's Sean McCutcheon currently in second position in this segment. And we are segment 2 of 8 in the Defense 7. As we get a car coming off the track, that's going to be a track call as it's underneath the track. And Sean with a little quirk there, telling somebody to stay in their lane. 66 seconds left in the heat. Your leader, Nathaniel Burden, on yellow, coming down the backstretch here as he comes under Dead Man's Corner. On his outside there on black lane is Sean McCutcheon, current second position. They come into some traffic here. Sean gets held up there by the purple of James McCutcheon. But Nathaniel Burden keeps on moving as he's got on his side Brian Vender up on red going around the donut through the horseshoe. Back to the start-finish line here. He's coming into close vicinity of James McCutcheon in the donut, gaining about a half of a car length per lap. So we see him come around the horseshoe here. James is fending him off to the best of his ability, but we slowly see Nathaniel's red car move up on that yellow car of James. James now kicking it off there, getting in the way of Sean again a little bit on the horseshoe. As we see a little bit of that's what's taking place. It's a little bit of slowdowns here. A car underneath the bridge, no track call. Brian waited long enough there. He will not be punished for that, folks. It is the job of the marshals to be able to see that and call track. So that's just bad luck there for Brian. This happens. But he waited well long enough as his car was under the bridge there for quite some time. So I will not be marking that as a lap penalty. And if they do hit it and it is unwarranted, they go to the start-finish line as a lap penalty. 4 seconds left to go in this heat. Nathaniel Burden doing another exceptional job. 32 total laps, followed by Sean McCutcheon with 29, James 26, and Brian Vender 24. We'll go over here and get just a little bit better view of that in the right display. I'll let you guys watch that. I'm going to go grab me a quick drink and be right back with you. All right, I'm back, folks. Let's get back over to the oval. Michael Isles says the oval we race on is a little bit longer. I think ours is 120 foot. That is a huge oval. That is a monstrous oval. That's like a Talladega. So your cars are definitely getting up to speed there. Big carnage, I'm sure, in certain cases, especially when they go about 4 wide. Guys, hang on one second. I got it, T. I got to take this phone call. Somebody wanting to talk to you. All right, folks, we're back in it. 122nd segment. So far, going pretty smooth. Segment 3 of 8. We got plenty of track marshals here. This is the way it should be. Side by side here, orange coming off there. Drew Hogan getting put back on. It's side by side. Sean McCutcheon on yellow. Nathaniel on orange as they go under Dead Man's Corner side by side. Car coming off. That's James McCutcheon in the donut as they continue on that orange and yellow battle. Orange dive down low in Dead Man's Corner, but yellow's making it up through the horseshoe before the backstretch. Orange diving it low. A little bit of traffic here side by side as he moves the car to the outside edge. That's Brian Vinder's car getting moved to the outside edge, having trouble there. As we see yellow now by itself as orange must have came off a little bit there. A little side-to-side action. 3 to 4 laps separates Nathaniel from Sean as we see James McCutcheon coming off there on Black Lane in the horseshoe. James coming off again in the donut the next lap. But the orange of Nathaniel being chased by Brian Vinder on Green Lane. Brian Vinder popping off there on the horseshoe, getting put back on respectfully there. Pretty good. And we see Nathaniel there pushing to his best of his ability to catch yellow lane. All right, back to it. Sean turning 3 more laps so far than Nathaniel there on yellow. He's really humping on yellow. Found his groove here as he's running 3.508. Now that's 0.08 of a second different from Nathaniel. Nathaniel's turning a very impressive orange. You probably wouldn't be able to tell much of a difference. Maybe about a quarter to a half of a car length difference per lap. So you wouldn't be able to tell much of a difference between their racing styles. But that one wreck of Nathaniel at the very beginning kind of separated them, and it's kind of hard to keep. Nathaniel's still going to hang on to that lead there coming out of the donut by 1 lap. So right now he's 91 to 90. Sean made up 3 laps that heat, and he done quite well to get there. Let's go over to the right display. We can take a quick look here, and we can see Nathaniel rotating to white with a 3.587 best lap time. Sean rotating to orange with a 3.508. James rotating to yellow with a 3.958. And Brian rotating to blue with a 4.074. Total laps are this: 91 for Nathaniel, 90 for Sean McCutcheon, 78 for James McCutcheon, and 77 for Brian Vinder. So we got 2 battles going on here: Nathaniel and Sean versus James and Brian. Rotating back over to the orange. We're going to watch these guys work a little bit. And get right back into some racing action in 66 seconds. Like I said, guys, not much racing going to be happening here on the Big Blue today. I think we got one race scheduled to be here on the Big Blue. It could be IndyCar. I think it's IndyCar. I think last week we raced oval for the IndyCar, so I believe IndyCar will be the only class raced here on the blue today. Everything else will be on the orange. And we already had our race on the oval. You got some stickers on you. You been stickering him up? 4 seconds before we go back racing. He liked the stereo over there. All right, here we go, guys. 3 yellows dropping out, 2 red, and we got no track marshals. Hopefully nobody wrecks. James McCutcheon there stalled at the donut as we see the first car coming off. And that is going to be Sean McCutcheon, actually, that was in the donut coming off. 2 cars coming off in the S-turns. Drew Hoagland quick to get them put back on there. An award for him and Nathaniel today for sure for good track marshaling. So we see 95 seconds left to go. 97 total laps for Nathaniel. 84 for James and 94 total for Sean McCutcheon. Now we are missing one racer. That's Brian Vender on the board, but he should pop up here shortly. Brian Vender, if I'm not mistaken, is running blue lane, and for some reason or another he hadn't popped up. But it is counting his laps, folks. It's just how this software works sometimes. Sometimes it pops up midway through. Sometimes it pops up at the very end. But he is getting his laps. There's nothing wrong with blue lane, in other words. But Sean McCutcheon coming off several times there on orange, it looks like, as he has dropped back to only 10 laps turned here. Nathaniel is cranking them there on white lane. So side by side, white and orange. We're only said 14 to 22. Red flag. I don't know what that means. Oh, it might have been T clicking on something. "20 seconds remaining. Side by side, yellow and blue. And we're going to see 10 laps given up by Sean in one heat. And he just had a horrible time there on orange, evidently. So total laps turned, Nathaniel was 31, 21 for Sean, and 24 for James. We'll get a peek here in just a second on how many that blue lane Brian Vender turned. So we head over to the right display. He turned 29 total laps. So Brian and Nathaniel doing decent there. James and Sean, not so much. Sean definitely not so much. He was running there for the lead, very, very close. James only losing about 5 laps to Brian. That's going to push Brian up into that third position next to James. So right now we got Nathaniel with 122 laps, Sean with 111, 106 for Brian Vender, and James 102. See the little baby at Lanes Raceway. That's Mike and Nick's kid, and he's hanging out, getting ready to do some racing. He's ducking down. Looks like he's eating him a Cheeto or something. He's eating him something. Enjoying some racing. He liked the stereo a while ago. He's got stickers all over his face. Start a little RC pit area here. Don't forget RC Tuesday nights here at Lanes Raceway. Last week we didn't live stream it. This week we will be live streaming. It will be a night race. Every other week we like to do a little bit of live streaming. Sometimes we do it every week. Just depends on how the Windows updates hit. But chatting, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Don't forget that. And like, share, and subscribe, and all that stuff, and let everybody know about slot car racing in your area. You never know, you might have a good track in your area. Check slotblog.net for that. Sometimes the stuff's a little outdated, but for the most part, that'll get you in the right direction. 10 seconds left to go before we go back green racing. We're heading into segment 5 of 8. Now we got all 4 up there. Nathaniel Burden on red lane. Still your leader. Something's going on here. So whoever's car this is, this will be their one fix. What's going on, guys? Huh? Swapping gears? Strip out? Okay. So he took his pit call, minute and 20 seconds. So next time it'll be on clock. In other words, he'll just have to fix it. But in our traveling races, the guys that come and travel here, they are not allotted that, but we allow that for our home guys. And so we got to have racers. So, you know, if they strip a gear, they're completely out. And we don't like that. We like our guys being able to race. But it looks like James still having some issues with his car after swapping that gear. So he might be done for this race, segment 5 of 8. As we get a yellow flag, a car in the high banks there. And this is legal to do so. So I don't know what's going on here. There we go. Getting him put back on there. A very eventful little segment here. Head back, 88 seconds to go. Nathaniel Burden in the lead as he rolls around red here. Through the start-finish under Dead Man's Corner. Right behind him on white is Sean McCutcheon, currently second position. Trying to push the subject here a little bit as he gains just a hair on Nathaniel. But Nathaniel's making it very tough on him for sure as they're battling it out side by side here. We're seeing a difference of 1/400th of a second. Not much difference at all. It takes several laps there. As we see a nice grab there by Guillermo, pulling them out of the way of the race leaders here. Side by side as we see Sean McCutcheon trying to go for the stab on Nathaniel. Did not work. His car come off, and we see Nathaniel flying high here now as he's out by a half-track lead. 38 seconds left to go in the segment. Brian Vender there currently in third. So we see James McCutcheon trying to figure out his car over in the pits. You can see him in the middle of your screen at the very top in the gray shirt. Let's see if he can get it back in there for segment 6. And there is a track call here as we have a car at the bottom of the high banks there where Nathaniel is. Fixing the braids on that car. Going to get it put back on. That's Purple Lane, Brian Vender. He's holding the back end up on the car. 45-degree angles. Pretty tough on some of these cars about letting the back end slop out of them. Ten seconds left to go. Nathaniel Burdens is keeping that car in tow, ready to go, and doing a pretty good job of it at the B main. Now pulling a substantial lead of 13 laps as we round over the halfway mark here. Heading into segment 6 coming up next. 116 seconds left before we go back green racing. We're going to take a quick peek over here at the right display. Nathaniel Burton rotating to green with a 3.679 fast lap. 3.631 was his fastest for Sean McCutcheon. Very close between these two, literally 400ths of a second difference. Brian Vender there, 3.750, rotating to black this time as he's up there rotating that. Now James didn't get a lap turn there as he had some issues with strip gear action. So we'll see if he gets that fixed and gets her turned back around there. Randy Kirtley's actually over there with him now. We'll see if maybe they can figure something out and get that to happen, as both of them are looking at the car pretty diligently. Randy now's got it in his hands trying to figure out how to get it back on the racetrack. But we'll probably see James here in the next segment possibly if he can get it figured out. .34 seconds left to go, and it looks like James is doing some sortering. So I don't know if we will see him this segment, or early on in the segment at least. Guillermo coming back. Sean McCutcheon in the black shirt, getting his stuff ordered here. 2 seconds to go. And here we go. 3 racers out there. Looks like a Mexican flag out here, folks. Sean red, James white, and Nathaniel green. Now swapped up a little bit. Now looking a little bit more like Syria. Red, green, black, and white. So Brian Vender there on black. Looks like Glenn's going to get him situated there. I'm just live streaming. 1 second, folks. All right, folks, 6 seconds before we go back into our round robin 8 of 8. And right now, Nathaniel Burton's still in the lead. 217 total laps. 204 for Sean McCutcheon. 179 Brian Vender, and 102 James McCutcheon. James, he's got his car back out there after some trouble with it, having a sorter and stuff. Looks like he's still got some issues going on with this car. But it looks like it's starting to take off a little bit. I don't know what's going on here, what he's going to do. Looks like he might pull it here, folks. So a little bit of drama there for James McCutcheon for sure. But this is just one of the classes we're running here. Next up will be our LMP class, followed by the IndyCar class, and finally WingCar at the end of the night. All of these are going to be for win points. We're going to be taking down Nathaniel's final lap number at the end of this heat, in case he could possibly win the A main, or at least place higher than somebody in the A main. But in this series, we're only counting wins, so he would have to win for it to make a big difference. And with the lap times of 3.6, probably not going to make it there. But it's good enough to take home what we call the B main here. 43 seconds remaining. And Nathaniel took home a B main in May at the Flexi Challenge Series. Well, that was pretty cool. Him and Glenn Burton both. And it's all but in the bag here. Nathaniel Burton's going to bring it home with 7 seconds left to go. Let's go ahead and write his name down. Ooh, about lost my microphone there. And that is going to be 249. Did we have any ties? 235, 205, 102? No, we didn't. So we're going to move on into the next race there. Looks like Nathaniel's at the 16 section. So go ahead and write that down, a little 16, but I don't think there's going to be much of an issue there. As we exit this and we head over to start the next race, we'll head over to the drivers, clear all these drivers out. All right, Dad, where do you want to go? Blue? Guillermo, where would you like to go? Purple. Drew, where would you like to go? Orange. Gabriel. Gabe, where would you like to go? Okay. Green. Gabe, you'll be on green. Glenn, where would you like to go? Black it is. All right, guys, going to take a small break while these guys are loading their stuff up. Don't forget, we're live YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch for all your chatting needs. I'm going to use the restroom real quick and be right back with you. All right, I'm back, folks. Let me check the sound here real quick. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. In that picture over there, I was looking at it, you look like Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Yeah, I got that a lot. I can't paint as good as him. I can't paint as good as him, that's for sure. He can paint amazing trees. All right, we need track marshals. If you were in that previous race, it is your responsibility to track marshal. I see the two that are up there. Congratulations. All right, guys, we ready? Here we go. All right, race is started here. Out to the gate, Gabriel Kirtley with a 3.616, holding it down on green lane. Brian Vender with a nice little tap in there on the horseshoe. Glenn Burton pulling his car. He's taking a look at it. Something's going on. Drew Hoagland with a little chuckle letting out there. Side by side as Drew Hoagland gets ditched to the wall. Gabriel Kirtley gave him the old boot for Troop. One minute left. These guys are racing pretty good here. Glenn's possibly got a bent axle here. They're saying his back end's acting all crazy. Good track marshaling there from the track marshalers. She can't swim. See you guys. All right, that's a heat over. Randy Kirtley is going to be in the lead after that first heat. 33 laps. Gabriel Kirtley 31. Guillermo 30. Drew Hoagland 26. Glenn Burden there with a disappointing 7. But he's having some issues there with his car. So we'll see if he gets it fixed. I don't know what's going on with his car personally. But Randy there, like I said, in the lead. 3.334 best lap time. And that was the fastest lap time. The best average also 3.446 and the average lap of 3.608 also to Randy Kirtley. Beautiful day here in Livermore, Kentucky. If you find yourself out and about, stop on by Lanes Raceway. We got plenty of parking here for you. Come hang out with us and maybe even get in a race. We got the stuff to set you up, so come on in and join in on the fun. "25 seconds, we'll be back racing. 20 seconds. And we're back underway. A couple cars not on the track here. As we see Gabriel Kirtley getting his car put back on there. We got a stalled car on yellow, Glenn Burden. He's hooking up, I believe. And it looks like he might have his car working now. Something's going on. They pulled it again for some reason. Car was quite quick in qualifying. Now all of a sudden it's not doing too good. So don't know what's going on with that. Guillermo Sire currently in the lead by 1 lap to Randy Kirtley. Car to the high outside there on black. Guillermo Sire slamming the wall. So we see Drew Hoagland coming off there on white. 3 cars. Drew Hoagland taking out a couple. So we're seeing cars being passed around here. And somebody's hitting the yellow flag here. .30 seconds remaining in the heat. Randy Kirtley with 58 total laps. Guillermo Sire and Gabriel Kirtley tied with 54. 46 for Drew and 8 for Glenn. And that's it. And a rotation, 33 for Randy and 33 for Guillermo. 32 for Gabriel as he was involved in that incident a little bit with Drew Hoagland. But they are still tied 63-63. Randy Kirtley got a 3-lap lead on them. Minute and 8. We'll be right back with you. All right, I'm back. I had to go get me a little bit more of a comfortable seat here. I was tired of sitting in that one. It was killing me, killing my neck. I'll be all right. I'm not 3. Gee, worried I'm going to roll this chair off the side of this booth up here. Right now, Gabriel, Randy, Glenn, Guillermo, all 11 laps. Drew with 10. But it looks like Glenn might have his car in working order here. It looks so. Total laps 80 for Randy Kirtley, 78 for Gabriel. Gabriel and Guillermo still tied up. And Drew Hoagland having some issues there on red. Gabriel Kirtley's car there coming off, having a little issue there through the horseshoe. Right now, Gabriel Kirtley is in the lead there in purple lane. We see him pretty much side by side with Randy there on the black lane. Now in front of Randy just by a hair, as Randy goes 3 wide with Nathaniel and Glenn. Oh, we see Gabriel Kirtley's car coming off there. And that is a rotation. That's the end of segment 3 of 8. So 33 laps for Gabriel, Randy, and Guillermo. 32 for Drew that heat. And Glenn. Glenn 32 for that heat and 28 for Drew. Total laps, Randy Kirtley 99, Gabriel Kirtley 96, tied with Guillermo with 96. 82 for Drew Hoagland, Glenn Burden 40. Nathaniel had 249 laps, and that is what there is to beat. Sean McCutcheon doing a pretty good job down there, down low underneath the bridge, keeping a lot of the bridge track calls from taking place. I don't know how well this would go with wing cars, but NASCAR seems to be okay. You can reach in there and grab them without getting involved with other cars. Not so much with the wing car, though. Wing cars, you reach in there, try to grab them. You don't really have enough headspace underneath the bridge, and you end up taking out other cars with you. But here we go, back to racing. 4 of our A-main racers here, ready to rock. And here comes Glenn to make the 5th. Gabriel Kirtley turning to first as we get a hard hit. Coming off there, black lane, getting put back on. Drew Hoagland getting involved with white lane there. Glenn Burden. Gabriel and Guillermo still 3 laps down from Randy Kirtley there on yellow, your leader. Randy Kirtley coming around leading the pack of the 4 cars. Side by side with him is Guillermo on orange. Guillermo's wanting to make one of those laps up. He's only gaining a little bit of a car lead, but then Randy's gaining it back through the straight stretches, so it's pretty close between these two. So we see him coming around the donut there. Randy Kirtley's fending him off there on yellow. Guillermo's coming up, but then Randy Kirtley gets collected there, and he's going to lose a lap to Guillermo just like that as he gets caught up in some of the trash. Another car off in the S turns there on black. That's Gabriel Kirtley coming off. Kenneth Schultz, Jay. Another track call here. Halfway through this segment here as we get 2 cars coming off in the donut. Kenneth Schultz, yes, chat does work. I'm going to make sure my headset's working here, but yeah, it does work. Let me see if we're getting sound through. Yeah, we're going to do it on sound. Guillermo Sire currently turning the most laps this segment, gaining a lap on Randy. It's been a 2-way tie between Gabriel and Guillermo. Randy Kirtley currently total laps of 127, still hanging on to that lead. As we hear Sean with a nice loud voice there saying under for Nathaniel to grab a car. Sean leading the way when it comes to track marshaling. Kenneth Schultz says it was offline a minute or 10. Anyway, oh, well, I didn't know that. I'm just on Restream.io. I didn't know it was off. I guess we're back connected. Let me go back and check my channels just to make sure here. So right now, we are connected YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So hopefully it stays connected. Got 0 drop frames so far. Just did an update yesterday, a Windows update. And of course, that causes all kinds of disarray. You guys know, having to download the video, drivers, and everything else when that happens. But so far, it seems to be working pretty decently. Hopefully it continues so. 83 seconds before they go back green racing here. We're going over to the right display. Randy's going to rotate to orange. 3.344 was his fastest lap time. Guillermo Suar, 3.309 there on white lane. Going to be rotating to it. 3.400 for Gabriel Kirtley, rotating to yellow. Drew Hogan with a 3.375 rotating to blue, and Glenn Burton with a 3.599 rotating to red. Total laps, Randy 132, 131 for Guillermo Suar, 128 for Gabriel Kirtley, 110 for Drew Hoagland, and 68 for Glenn Burton. If you're just now checking in, Glenn Burton having a little bit of issue there early on, and he seems to be getting that underway and straightened out. So his first couple of heats there are pretty rough. Now he's got it going on. And he seems to have gotten it a lot smoother as he's tying up with some of the segment laps here. As we see in the previous segment there, Glenn turning 28, he tied up with Drew Hoagland. And that's probably some of his closest competition currently right now, as Gabriel, Guillermo, and Randy have really, really fast Defense 7 Cup cars. Everybody's getting back up and ready to track marshal here. It's been a smooth A-main so far. Not many track calls. We're in segment 5 of 8 now. Randy Kirtley on orange lane, still in the lead. All right, sound back. Randy coming up on orange right behind Drew Hoagland there on blue as he's rolling through. He's hitting it pretty hard. Drew's kind of making it tough to catch him as Drew makes a nice coast through the S turns there with his blue, orange, and yellow car. Looks like another car possibly come off on the backstretch there. Randy Kirtley, our leader, coming around the donut portion of the track. side by side with Glenn Burden on red as he makes a nice clean pass there. Now he's coming into some traffic here of Drew Hoagland side by side with Gabriel Kirtley. And Randy coming up on Gabriel Kirtley now as we get a car sliding off on the backstretch. That's Gabriel Kirtley. Randy's going to make that pass right before the start-finish line. We're going to move him back just a hair so he gets over the dead strip. That's how we count laps here. Randy around the donut. Next up will be Glenn Burden. He's going to try to take down. There's a good yellow flag, a little bit of a coaster underneath the bridge for Randy. And another Gabriel Kirtley car coming off on the backstretch. A little hot coming out of the horseshoe possibly. Drew Hoagland so far turning the most segment laps on blue lane. Randy Kirtley side by side yet again with Glenn Burden as he makes the clean pass. Now he's out in no man's land. He's got two cars switching the subject. Drew Hoagland coming out of nowhere. Oh, as Drew Hoagland comes off in the donut, but he was catching Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley just running a nice smooth race here on orange. Not too aggressive and not too lenient. Drew Hoagland running very aggressively at a 3.184 there on blue lane. Only reckoned once he's got that car in tone for that blue lane. Been practicing several hours the past few nights trying to get this car just perfect. But the majority of the time spent on all of these racers the past few days has been on their wing cars, getting them prepared for today. So it'll be an interesting wing car race today, to say the least, as a lot of the guys are going to be bringing their A game today, as last week they got pretty hard beat. So we're going to see what happens this week. They've done a lot of chassis modifications, been in them, trying to keep them from stuttering and chattering. And we got a track call there on blue. That is Drew Hoagland. As he stayed under there and waited quite a bit, so that won't be going against him for hitting the button. And he's still going to turn the most laps this segment at 35 total laps. Guillermo, Randy, 34, 33 for Gabriel, and 30 for Glenn Burden. Randy Kirtley still in the lead at 166 total laps. We'll go over here to the right display. We see Randy Kirtley there, 3.352. Is that the fastest lap? No, it isn't. But median of a 3.448 is up there with the fastest. But Drew Hoagland, he was just letting her shine there on blue lane. 3.184 fastest, 3.276 for the median, and a 3.785 for average lap. So he ran the whole shop and everything in that segment. Also turning the most laps of 35 to increase him by a couple laps on some of those leaders. Now at 145 laps, Drew Hoagland. Total laps for Randy, 166. Total for Guillermo Suar, 165. Total for Gabriel Kirtley, 161. Total for Drew Hoagland, 145. And total for Glenn Burden, 98. Coming up next, guys, we're going to be back on the old orange track, and we're going to be racing L&P action. And L&P, do you? And then following that will be Indy and then Wing Car. You are the troll under the bridge. I've been doing that. I've got about 30 or 40 races under there doing that. Catch up with the real king over here in the seat. Remember, I don't race. All I do is track marshal. You got a long way to go, Sean. Catch me. Sean thinks he's a better track marshal than me. I'm not letting him have that crown. He's going to have to really fight to get that. He's good, but he isn't me. A lot of lap records for these guys being turned here. We can hear for that current heat. A lot of wow, wow, wows going on. Randy Kirtley holding off Guillermo Sire by 1 lap. Randy also about 1/10 of a second besting him for the best lap, but pretty close when it comes to lap time. So we had a rider on the lane there jump on white off of orange. That'd be Gabriel Kirtley's car. Our leader is on white lane, been holding it this whole time. As he comes around the donut, he's catching some crew. The next guy he's going to be catching is Guillermo Sire there on red lane. As we see a car flying off on the backstretch here, I believe that is Guillermo Sire's car that came off there. He's going to take a look at it for sure. We're in segment 6 of 8, 2/3 of the way through, but been very eventful. Randy has had his lead up to 4 laps, now down to 1. We'll see if he can hang on to it. It's going to take a lot to keep it on, but we will see. Guillermo Sire still looking at his car there. We'll see if we can get it put back on there. Good to go, it looks like. And we see the baseball mitt of Nathaniel Burton waiting to grab a car. And it looks like he made it fine, so Randy Kirtley checking up there in the S turn to keep from an incident taking place between him and Guillermo. And Drew Hoagland coming off on purple. All right, looks like we got Drew coming off again at purple right before the S turns there. Sean McCutcheon getting him put back on. Randy Kirtley dropping a lap. We see him tied up now with Guillermo Sire. And then Guillermo Sire is really pushing the subject there as he is trying to catch Randy. They're only about maybe 7 car lengths different from each other as they go under Dead Man's Corner together. Randy's fending him off. Oh, and Guillermo Sire comes off. This is detrimental to Guillermo as he loses a whole lap there. Randy now side by side with Guillermo Sire as they go under Dead Man's Corner. And that's going to be the end of the segment. We'll be rolling into segment 7 coming up next. Going to leave you here with the current laps and be right back with you. Probably from a year ago. They're gonna go out and vote. He's like, y'all come out? I wish. 6 people. Well, y'all know. Just him, Nikki, and the baby. Oh, like I said, there's 6 people going. It's a 6-person boat. We need a houseboat. Just live out on the water. I know. Wouldn't that be cool?
What happened to my car yesterday? It happened where you had to fix it. Well,
drag car?
Yeah, that's what same thing happened to Devin's truck. I fixed it this time.
Good.
It's solid. Yeah. soldered. I cleaned it real good this time.
Good.
It took me a few minutes to get it to stick on, but I got it on.
He put those gold wheels on that Mustang. It looks good.
Yeah, I seen what you did. It did good. Look good.
How good did Lincoln do today?
Yeah, he did excellent.
I know. I'm surprised at Greg.
All right, guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Let me get you back over here to the races taking place. Gabriel Kirtley so far with 4 laps. Drew Hoagland 3. Everybody else with 3. Gabriel about to break that 200 mark. Now remember, guys, 249 is the laps to beat Nathaniel, and he finished on the 16th segment. So we got this heat and one more. So most likely everybody here, other than possibly Glenn, is going to catch him. But is it? We'll see. Daniel did run a good B main, to say the least. I believe Randy Kirtley's going to take first.
Think so?
Yeah.
Him and Guillermo are.
They're close, but every time that Guillermo gets close to Dad, he's been wrecking. So I think maybe Dad's in his head a little bit. I don't know. I just think that, well, I mean, he's my dad too. I hope he wins. Huh? Yeah, Glenn's been good. Glenn had a rough start, so the first 2 heats, Glenn's car was out of commission, so he's coming back a long way there. 3.356. Glenn is definitely going from a bad situation to good. Mm-hmm. We see Sean McCutcheon there trying to get something. Right now, 19-19 for Guillermo and Gabriel. Randy with 18, now tied up with Guillermo. So, I don't know. Randy Kirtley's going to have to really step it up there on Red Lane. I know Red Lane's tough, but you got this heat and one more. It's going to be close between those two. And Guillermo sent Gabriel off on the backstretch there. Gabriel Kirtley 4 laps down from the lead. Focusing in on our current leader. Is currently Guillermo Sire on green. Drew Hoagland coming off there in the horseshoe. And Randy Kirtley not making it easy on Guillermo Sires. He's only about 4 car lengths behind Guillermo. Guillermo in that red car there as he goes under Dead Man's Corner. And a track call here looks to be Randy Kirtley's car popping off there. Now he's down almost a full lap to Guillermo Sire. What? And that is a heat over, and we're going to see a change in leadership for the first time this race. Guillermo Sire is going to take the lead this heat, going into the final heat. And take you over here to the final rotation. Guillermo's going to blue, Randy will be going to green, Gabriel will be going to red, Drew will be going to yellow, Glenn will be going to purple. Total laps, Guillermo 233, Randy 232, Gabriel 229, Drew Hoagland 206, Glenn Burden 160. Need to grab the blue container there, T, and get it ready for the next race. No, it'll be L&P next. LMP coming up next, guys, followed by Indy, then Wing Car. "30 seconds before we go into the final heat. If you like what you see, like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to comment and hang out with us a little bit in chat. Always makes it a little more interesting when the community comes together, talking about slot car racing, hanging out with each other. Looks like we've been having some issues here with chat a little bit. Kenneth Schultz said that we were offline for about 10 minutes or so ago for some reason. I don't know why. Let's see if the channel's even still working here. Looks like everything's showing streaming. So hopefully everything's good. Here we go, folks. Final heat here. Glenn Burton's going to turn the first lap here, followed by everybody else as we see a lot of loud noises coming, engine noises coming. Under the bridge, Nathaniel Burton quick to hit it. And it looks like a track, something wrong with somebody's car or something. Possibly Guillermo. Looks like Randy Kirtley caught back up to Guillermo. So it's still anyone's ball game for that first place. Right now, Guillermo Sire is on blue lane. As he's just a little bit ahead of Randy Kirtley. And we see Guillermo on the backstretch. Then Drew right behind him on yellow lane. And right behind Drew is Randy Kirtley. That's the distance between first and second. Randy Kirtley there in the horseshoe. He's going to come off hot here, trying to catch up with Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire's pushing it with everything that he has in him to stay in front of Randy Kirtley, and it's going to be close. If Guillermo can stay off the trigger enough and not get involved in any incidents, it should be pretty decently solidified as his. But if he makes one mistake, Randy is there poised, ready to go and strike. 68 seconds left to go in this heat. Randy Kirtley just a little bit behind Guillermo Sire. As Guillermo Sire comes around the donut, he's going to go to try to make another lap if he can. So we get a wreck there in the horseshoe, narrowly missing Guillermo Sire. And another car coming off Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley pushing. Ooh, so we get a track call underneath the bridge. Possibly Randy and Guillermo involved in it. Randy there in the horseshoe. Sorry about that. Kenneth says, yes, the engines have V10 F1 100,000 RPMs. Yeah, that's what it sounds like when they go over there and they break their little records. That thing's like, yow, 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 yow. And I would figure by now they would already have all of their records beaten, but for some reason or another they don't, man. And it just they keep beating their best records, and you always hear it at like the beginning of the race when the motors are cool. All right, looks like we're lagging out from one of the computers there, but Nathaniel Burton's going to get the car put back on. And it looks like right now Guillermo Sire and Randy both turning 24 laps. They're holding it as tight as they can. Randy coming around the backstretch, followed by Guillermo about 16 car lengths behind him as he goes under Dead Man's Corner. Randy is just hoping on a prayer that the red car of Guillermo coming around the donut gets involved in an incident here just so he can gain a little bit. With 16 seconds, though, hoping and seeing are two different things. Cars underneath the bridge here, kind of like Days of Thunder. You just got to drive through the smoke. But right here, it looks like Guillermo is going to get a well-deserved win here as we get another one of those fast times, two fast times right before the end. Randy Kirtley there going to get second position this time. All right, so let's see. 267 is definitely going to be enough to take first place. Randy's going to take second. Gabriel's going to take third. 235, that's going to put, Nathaniel in fourth. Fifth is going to be Drew, and sixth is going to be Glenn. And the rest would be in your B main. So that is the end of the race here. Let's go over here. I'll put you on the right display. Is after this clicks over, We're going to be swapping right into the LMP class, which the cars are already set up and already been teched. So we're going to move them right on into the race. Guillermo Sire coming back there in the last two heats to capitalize against Randy Kirtley by 1 lap. And Randy couldn't get lucky enough to see a wreck take place there. So it might be just about time for Randy to swap the power plant in the Defense 7 NASCAR Cup car. All right, folks, so there you have it. Guillermo Sire with 267, Randy 266, Gabriel 261, 235, Drew, Glenn Burden 191. We'll go ahead and exit this. And it's time to cancel this race out, and we're going back to qualifying. And we are going to be qualifying this time with our flexi cars, choosing drivers here. Brian, are you racing flexi? You racing flexi? Okay. Gabriel, Randy, James, Guillermo, Sean, Nathaniel, Glenn, Brian. So it looks like we need... Mom, are you racing flexi? No? All right. Save and exit. I don't know. Dad, is Mom racing flexi? No, she ain't racing. All right, so we got to put Drew in here. Software only allows me to have 250 people in, but I can add them in right here as late entries, so we're going to do that. For Drew, he tends to be always last qualifier here. So we'll hit that. All right, I got James, Randy, Brian, Gabriel, Sean, Guillermo, Glenn, Nathaniel, Drew. Blake's racing too. And Blake. Blake Conrad. All right, we'll get him in there too. And it looks like we're ready. All I got to do is go grab the cars to tech them. All right, so first up is going to be James McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, Brian Vender, Gabriel Kirtley, Sean McCutcheon, Guillermo Suar, Glenn Burden, Nathaniel Burden, Drew Hoagland, Blake Conrad. T, get all those cars on the blue thing. I'll be over in a minute. Be right back with you guys. You need those tires off. I need to see the gears. This is actually late entries, guys. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, just put the tire on. These have been here. Yeah, they've been up here. They just.
I take this one. What gear is it?
That's part of it. Yeah, you can use it.
Well, I take this one.
Take it back off.
This one.
Yeah, take them off. I need to see those pinion gears, guys.
I take this one.
Okay. Well, they're getting reteched because they're not up here. Where is my tool? Thank you.
These don't matter on the side.
Okay. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. Once you get them on, lay them on the glass. All right, that one's good. Did you check this one? Good? When they're good, put them over here on the blue thing. Good. Did this one get checked?
Got checked with everything else except for the.
Good. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that everybody? It will be next week. You better have these cars up here next week. But being about 90% of the racers, guys, didn't have their cars up there, and we had a few late joiners, we're going to let it slide this week. The next week, if they ain't up there, they will get 5-lap deduction, and they will all get sent to the B main for not having their cars ready to go. As I like to move right on in to the next one. All right, first up, James McCutcheon. And we need track marshals. Dad, you'll be on deck. Seat's a good thing whenever you get to sit down in it, but when you got to stand up to see the guys get ready to race, it can still be a little bit of an issue. Looks like we're gaining one more racer here. So we got a total of 10. Guys, we're going to have 5 in the A, 5 in the B. Or technically, we could have this all in one heat because we will have 2 track marshals. What do y'all want to do? One heat or 2? 2, 2, 3, 2. All right, looks like we're going to have Nathaniel, you're the tiebreaker. 1 or 2? 2. All right, we're doing 2. James, are you ready? Here we go. So we'll be having another A and B main here. James McCutcheon with a 7.177. I'm going to check the audio here real quick. Good. 3.741, 3.522 now. See, breaks that. 3.477. $3.457. And a hard slam off the edge. All right, currently on pole, James McCutcheon with a 3.45 second. Next up, Randy Kirtley, followed by Brian Vender. Kenneth Schultz, still 5.5. Yep, still 5.5. I was hoping to squeeze it all in one race, but they voted it out. Nathaniel was the tiebreaker. Oh, 5x5. Okay. Kenneth, I didn't know you dilly-dallied with a little radio communications. You ham radio or you CB communications? Civilian band or? I like what you just did there, Randy. If you guys are ready, just hit the button. All right, Randy Kirtley up next in the pink car, and this baby is flying. 3.085. 3.017. This thing ain't even warmed up yet. There we are, 2.986. This is going to be up close to one of the faster times here. right now 2.923. .958. Well, it's close. 2.838. He's going to beat it right there. .837. Beat it by a 10,000th of a second. All right, current poll, Randy Kirtley with a 2.837. Next up, Brian Vender, followed by Gabriel Kirtley. Brian, whenever you're ready, just hit the red button. That is one thing I like about this slot track software more than TrackMate, is that you can actually use the track buttons to start the race, where on the other ones you have to actually click it with a mouse or hit a shortcut key. Brian Vender right now with a 3.320. Brian Vender really smooth behind the trigger here, though. Just needs a little bit more dive power. He needs to drive that car just a hair bit deeper. But other than that, he's really smooth behind the trigger. And we're going to have to bring this back up here for you guys. 1 second. Good. All right, Brian Vender with a 3.261. Next up, Gabriel Kirtley, followed by Sean McCutcheon. James Brandt, hello from Colorado Springs. Cat Orange whistling. Hello, James Brandt. All right, Gabriel Kirtley up next. He's going to be one of the faster racers here, too. He's got a pretty strong LMP car. He runs at several different places here. It's like a long stretch here to get a car on. 7.3002 for Gabriel Kirtley. .837. 2.777 for Gabriel Kirtley. Kenneth Schultz says both military, Navy, and Denmark, CB since 1973, Ham since 1982, Class C, 1984, Morrison up, Class A as a 14-year-old. I help a lot of CBers with better antennas and cable. All right, Gabriel Kirtley with a 2.777. Next up, Sean McCutcheon, followed by Guillermo Suar. Yeah, my brother Gabriel, he is got all of his licensing for ham radio. They've been doing like fox hunts the past few years. Just hit the red button. And I'll tell you what, it's very interesting. Got my father-in-law. He's known as River Rat. He does a lot of CB action. And he's got a full antenna in his backyard. I mean, this antenna is like 120 foot long. They got internet and AT&T connected to his antenna out there. But he's really big into it too. He talks to people all over the world, and it's cool to see, you know, just how close together we are as a human race to be able to talk to people like that and hear their stories. Kind of miss that, really. Kenneth also flies RC drones in the military / Navy as an instructor. So, Kenneth, do you do any of that FPV flying where that you can like get it in between like little holes and do all kinds of crazy stunts and stuff? I've watched a lot of videos on that. Guys going over there to Russia and flying them in their little switch yards. You know, their switch yards are up and down. Our switch yards are, well, of course, on a yard, and they got switches out there, but their switch yards are those big poles, and I see them flying them in between that. All right, Guillermo Sire with a 2.8822, or Sean McCutcheon, sorry. Sean McCutcheon with the 2.822. Guillermo Sire, you're up next, followed by Glenn Burton. Guillermo Suar, sorry. Guillermo up next. Right now, we're seeing Gabriel Kirtley in first, Sean McCutcheon in second, and Randy in third. Now, we're going to take 5 to the A and 5 to the B. And Guillermo off his first lap, cremating it there, the 2.814. Dead Man's Corner been tough on these guys this week. 38 seconds remaining there. 2.783, just a hair off. 2.766, that's going to grab pole, folks. It's going to put Gabriel down a notch. All right, Guillermo Suar now on pole with a 2.766. Up next, Glenn Burton, followed by Nathaniel Burton. .167 there for Glenn Burton. His car the last week, if you guys remember, he has got his car to where it's on rails. Now 3.036. Pushing early on in the corner there, causing the car to go to the outside there, but he's got a very planted, fast car here. Yellow flags, we got an issue probably with the braids there. All right, Glenn Burton with a 3.036. That's going to put him on the cutoff, folks. Nathaniel Burton next up, followed by Drew Hoagland. Kenneth Schultz says yes, brings people together. Yes, he fly FPV. Can't say a lot of drones in Ukraine, but they got their idea in antennas and repeaters, from somewhat I hear. Yeah, I see that they're doing those. What are they called? Fiber optic drones, so that they can't be EMP blasted out of the sky and stuff like that. They're using fiber optics. Evidently, over in Ukraine, man, there's just fields of fiber optic cabling laid everywhere. Uh, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. But the common folk, man, we're out of that. No, like the common people in Ukraine, the common people in Russia, the common people in any place on earth are just kind of like us, really. We stay out of the military mess, but man, we get caught up in it all the time. I think the biggest problem with the world is war, but that's just my personal opinion. But I've never really met anybody from different countries that I could say that I couldn't stand more than I couldn't stand just a person from down the street. But I have lived a very sheltered life, lived in Livermore my whole life, so I don't have much to say on the matter, nor am I an expert on that. But I don't. I enjoy people more than I don't. I know a lot of people say, "Well, I enjoy dogs more than I do people," and that just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I love my dog. Don't get me wrong, but if it was just me and my dog in the whole world, it'd be a pretty lonely existence. People definitely make life worth living. All right, Nathaniel Burden with a 2.930. That's going to put Nathaniel, I believe, on the cutoff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, on the cutoff. Drew Hoagland up next, followed by Blake Conrad. Drew Hoagland getting his car on here. He's ready to race. Every week, getting substantially better in every class he runs. He's falling right back into it, and he's quick here, folks. 3.019 right now. He's pushing her too hard now. Possible issues with his brushes in the front. He's got 30 seconds to pull a time here. 3:019, I believe, is going to put him in the B, though. 997, he's a little faster than that. He's just pushing a little too hard there, coming up the donut. All right, Drew Hoagland with a 2.997. Next up, Blake Conrad. So that's going to put Drew as fastest time in the B main. And it was just by 0.07 of a second. All right, Blake Conrad, our final qualifier here. Ooh. Hard on the accelerator there. They're going to hit the button there. Needs a little more brake in that controller. Needs to fully let off the controller or he's going to have some issues here. Blake, he's been having quite a few races here at Lanes Raceway. He's been doing some wing car action. And very impressed to be his first really series that he's been racing doing a wing car. He raced with the guys and really didn't cause a lot of wrecks, and he was decently quick for his first time out. I was very impressed with that. And this is his first flexi race here, but he's mounting it down with 3.462. He just needs to be a little bit quicker through the S turns here. 3.234 so far. That's going to get him up there in front of Brian Bender. Ten seconds remaining. We'll see if we can get it. It's time probably for another lap here, maybe. Oh, and he pushed it a little too hard. All right, Blake Conrad with a 3.213. So your A main is going to be Guillermo Sire, Gabriel Kirtley, Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, Nathaniel Burden. Your B main is going to be Drew Hoagland, Glenn Burden, Blake Conrad, Brian Vender, James McCutcheon. No records broke this week, but there's always next week. So we're going to set this really quick here on Flexi. Check the segment type, 120, 120. Back to our drivers. Clear everybody out in order. All right, Drew, where would you like to go? White. Glenn, where would you like to go? Yellow. Blake? Purple. Brian? Orange. James? Black, blue, green, or red? You say black, James? Blue? All right. Kenneth says yes. U.S. imported American Bulldogs, 60 kilograms, so smart and caring. Then they got prohibited. So now I have Cane Corso Italianos. Those are huge dogs. 60 kilogram too. Live alone. 2 divorcees. No more women. Hey, I understand, Kenneth. I do understand. And I love your choice of dogs because those are both dogs that I have thought about owning. I actually own an English Bulldog. You've probably seen him on our Facebook page, Cheese. And before him, I had an English Bulldog named Reuben. But I love English Bulldogs, American Bulldogs, even like the old British Bulldogs, the bigger versions of the English Bulldog. But probably my favorite dog in the world would have to be. I can't even think of it right offhand. I just said it yesterday. I was talking to a group about those dogs. Oh, what is it? The Turner and Hooch dog. I can't remember the name of it, but I always wanted a Turner and Hooch dog since I was a kid, and I watched Turner and Hooch. But I love those dogs. I love that they drool everywhere and everything else. They're just cool. But they cost a lot. So, rather pay you know who to get you know what than wham bam, thank you ma'am, and leave the hassle behind. I do understand that. What's this? Oh, you want me to eat that? Okay, I'll eat it during the break. Thank you, Mother. Yes, sir. What's that? All right, you need to do it at the track. Doug de Bordeaux. Guys, I'm going to take a small restroom break here, and then we'll get started. All right, I'm back, guys. Do we have track marshals? Racers, are you ready? What is this? There, let's close that. Here we go. All right, folks. I am Mac. Kenneth Schultz says Turner and Hooch. Doug DeBordeaux. Is that what? Is that? Somebody's always told me. I was just thinking about it. That he was a bull mastiff. I didn't know that was the actual proper name for his dog. But man, I love those dogs. Just love a Turner and Hooch dog. And that, I remember when I was a kid, I was pretty young when I watched it. I probably shouldn't have watched it when I was that young, because it does affect you, you know, seeing death and stuff like that. I remember being so sad that that dog died. I had to watch that movie like 3 or 4 times just for the good parts of the dog, just so I could sleep good at night, because I remember experiencing that at a young age. It kind of sucked. My first choice, but no decent kennels in Denmark. Small dogs. I want the premium size. It's not, it has been, when they mix things too much and they get too small. Yeah, I know 100% what you're talking about there, Kenneth, because the same thing is with English Bulldogs. What you end up having is a bunch of people mixing them so many times that their faces get smaller, the bodies get smaller, and they're not the big wrinkly mess that you usually know and associate with an English Bulldog. So you always try to find those breeders where the male and the female have those huge nose ropes. And it's really tough to find. And if you do find it, a lot of the times it costs you multiple thousands of dollars just to get a pup. And, of course they do have health problems, but, as long as you keep them pretty cared for and you comb them out and, you keep their allergies, you find out what their allergies are early on. We found out what ours was a carpet allergy. We couldn't figure it out for the life of us at the very beginning. He was sores all over him, constantly inwardly sneezing and everything else, and kind of sickly acting. But we found out it was polyester carpet, so we moved him out of the living room where he was staying, had him a bed in there and everything, moved him out of there, put him in and ripped the carpet up, put him in on the hardwood floor. Ever since then, he's loved it. He's got good, nice, shiny coat now. He eats a lot of eggs because we have chickens at the house, so we feed him a lot of eggs, and he eats pretty good for a pup. A lot better than my older dog Reuben did. Of course, I was young when I had him, didn't have a whole lot of money to say, but I do miss him. He was a good dog. Hardest loss I probably ever had in my life was losing Reuben. I made a little plaque for him. I got him a nice little burial area out there by my garden, and planted some wildflowers over his garden or over his grave. And I go out there sometimes, think about him. Right now, Glenn Burden currently in the lead here in the B main, 3.201 best lap, followed by Drew Hoagland, James McCutcheon, and Brian Blake, all three tied with 21 laps. Ken says, yes, Mastiff, but Hooch was a Doug DeBordeaux, yes. The English has nose problems when mixed wrong. Yes, good fur. Yeah, so you know how tough it is, man. Especially like when they did everything with you. It just, man, they don't live long enough. They really don't. And me and my wife, we haven't been able to have kids, so we've tried and we've done every possible thing you could do, and we prayed about it, and for a long time thought we were going to have kids. A lot of people at church thought we was going to have kids, just never did. I mean, we did the best we could do, did the in vitro a few times, couldn't make it happen. So we've really treated our dogs well, but they just don't live long enough. You know, English Bulldogs, you're lucky to get 8, 9 years out of them. If you're lucky, a lot of the times, especially in this area where it's really high pollen and just pollution in the air, and it's natural pollution. That's what's weird. Like from all the farmland and everything else, it's not smog or anything per se, but it's just like lots of pollens and just dirty air, uh, and it really affects those dogs. But I was able to keep Reuben for 11 years and enjoyed every minute with him. Went airsofting together, go for walks. You know, I'd feed him chicken sandwiches. Used to give him some beer. Me and him would drink beer together back when I was younger in my 20s. And yeah, I miss him. He was my best friend, really. Every time I get home, he'd be there. All right, looks like it snuck up on a few of the racers there. Brian's rolling back in here. We got a couple of our track marshals down there. Glenn Burton currently in the lead. Now Glenn's on orange. Like I said, his car's been planted here, and we can see him making some nice movements here. Drew Hoagland there close to him in second position, only about 3 laps down. He's turning some decent times there too, but he is on red lane. It's going to be a little bit tougher for him for sure to get around that sharp red. We'll get a couple cars off in the donut. They're starting to move there a little bit. Gabriel Kirtley with a quick slap back there on the red lane for Drew Hoagland. Randy Kirtley making a nice move there to put James on purple in the S turns. One minute remaining. Here comes Glenn around the start finish line, coming up around the white lane, narrowly missing a incident there off purple. Glenn through that orange lane. He is out in no man's land in between the two racers here. Coming up on black of Blake Conrad. And Blake is side by side with Drew Hoagland. Blake getting caught up in an incident there with James McCutcheon around the donut. And then we see Drew Hoagland wrecking there on the donut, but a quick slap back there by Nathaniel Burton gets him put back in. Guillermo Suar getting James put back in around the donut there. So a lot of wrecks taking place, but a lot of them getting put back in really, really quick. So far, 33 laps for Glenn, 27 for Drew, 26 Brian, 25, 26 for James and Blake. So Glenn is really showing out here, dodging all those wrecks. Looks like he might have got into his first one right there as we will end the rotation right there. Glenn Burden out in the lead by 7 laps. Drew Hoagland headhunting, wanting it, you know. Let's go over here to, before we do, Kenneth pops in, says, sad on your behalf. Oh, the American was with me all over 12, 15 years. And we did a bit of kindling, so I had 3 generation. Last pups came a year before band, so they was safe. Troll the last. 12 to 15 years, man, that's a lifetime. Lifetime of good times, you know that. Being there side by side with you in your car, going everywhere with you. But man, when it all ends, I know when Reuben died, he died in my kitchen, man, and it destroyed me. He died of a heart attack. I called the vet while it was all happening, and it's really my first time ever being around that. I didn't have a lot of pets growing up. I did have a Pomeranian, believe it or not, whenever I was really young, named Cosmo, and he got hit by a semi, and that was pretty tough on me and my brother. But yeah, I mean, just tough. Yeah, Kenneth, it was tough. I'm glad you got the frozen semen for later because when it happened with Ruben, it happened so quick because we had heard from the vet, which it was an older man at the time, and he dealt very little with English bulldogs. And he said if you want him to live longer, you need to neuter him. Uh, so we did, and I wish we didn't do that. I wish we would have let him at least go one time and have that happen before doing it. Because at the end, man, we were looking to Chinese corporations trying to clone his hair DNA to make another version of him. That's how bad it got, man. That's how utterly destroyed and sad I was. And of course, it hit me at a time too, whenever I was pretty down in the dumps anyway, and I wasn't doing good work wise. I was working out of the union hall, and of course, COVID was hitting around that time, and I was without work. I just felt useless. I didn't have really a purpose other than going to church on Sundays, praising the Lord, and just waiting on Him to make a move, you know. And and he died while I was in the middle of that, and I was like, you know what? I'm done just sitting here waiting for something to happen. So I prayed to the Lord. I said, I hope you ain't mad at me, but I'm gonna try to find something to do, and I'm gonna move. I'm literally gonna move to Arizona, to where at my time that's where my preacher was online. That's the only preacher I had, and I was watching his sermons every Wednesday and Sunday and praying and everything. And I said, I'm gonna go there because there wasn't no work around here. So I told my mom and I told my dad, I said, if something don't come up, that's where I'm headed. And you know, it's crazy. But then that next week, my brother calls and he bought that building over here in Livermore. He's like, if you was going to do something with it, what would you do? I said, I'd put a slot car track in it, put some pinball tables in it. And he said, go do it. So then I literally didn't go to live in Arizona for that reason. But me and T was already putting stuff in boxes. We were fixing to head out. And, you know, Reuben was really kind of the justification behind that because man, it was hard to be in the same house. You know, just walking past some stuff where you used to get onto him, and you wish you could get onto him again because you miss getting onto him. You know, where he would chew wires into, and you give anything for him to chew those wires into again, man. It's just brutal. The Lord was there with me the whole time, and He would give me some sleep when I really needed it, and you know, I would dream about my dog being with me in those dreams, and then wake up and just be miserable. But they were so good dreams. It was so good. You go to church on Sundays 10 to 12. I I don't. I haven't been to church in almost a year, man. I mean, I come in here to get everything turned on, get the air conditioner rolling and everything. I still do a lot of church, but it's all online based. I don't really get to do any in church like I did because of the business. I am blessed and I'm thankful. I kind of think of it like, you know, eventually there's going to be some kids that want a job or something and they can take over on this day, possibly whenever Lanes Raceway starts making a little bit more money or whatever, for us to be off that day. But, you know, it is a very popular day here, and I talk to the guys here a lot of times. I do a lot of fellowship in here with the guys, even though it is a slot car track. It's not a church, but you know, that's the majority of the time. That's what us guys talk about here is the Lord and stuff. So I get a lot of church here. You know, it's funny you was talking about Troll there, being able to hear him in the house after he was gone. I kid you not, for about the first 3 months, I could hear Ruben do his little like that he would do at nighttime. He wouldn't bark. He would just kind of like growl a little bit and blow his upper lip. And I told T, I said, did you hear that? And she's like, what? And she would never hear it, but she heard it a few times herself, and I didn't hear it. So I was like, they truly love us, man. And I know that the Lord has a place there for them. You know, it's a pure, true love, and I believe that when we pass on, they'll be there with us too. I really do. A lot of people say, well, you know, Jesus didn't die for a dog, and I can understand that, but all good things come from the Lord, And I'll tell you right now, man, if a dog ain't good, what is good? Because I'll tell you, no matter if you're being a complete beehole, you come home, even if you whoop the dog for doing something bad, or and you maybe over whoop him a little bit, the next time he sees you, he's ready to kiss you. You know, so that's that kind of selfless love that I think that our Lord and Savior produces in us. So I would have to say, you know, dogs are of the Lord for sure. Yes, growl, scary in a weird love way. Yeah, Cheese, he reminds me so much of Ruben in a lot of ways. Cheese, of course, still has his stuff, and we're definitely going to be doing that with him. We're going to be saving his stuff for a later time because I can't see myself in life now without an English Bulldog. Uh, at least till we can't really handle an English Bulldog anymore. Of course, we're already all getting older, but I won't make that mistake again and be that lonely. I still have his picture taped to uh, my dresser, my wife. You guys know her, Chelsea Kirtley. We call her T around here. But she knew it was destroying me so bad. She would tape his picture up next to me, and we would get the photos albums out. And getting the photo albums out a week after it happened is like impossible. The last thing you want to see is his face again because you can never pet him and stuff like that. My daddy and my friend Chris helped me bury him. Uh, we was all swapping up, digging the hole and everything. And I'll never forget that. John Coley and his wife and Chris and his wife, they came over and they were with us and they said their goodbyes and everything. And my wife's sister, she came over too. And, they all loved Reuben. Reuben was a good dog. So tough, man. Really is. We do have a battle on a lighter note here. Not to get too far down the rabbit hole of lost loved ones, but battle between Drew Hoagland and Glenn Burden still pursues. My brother come over here a while ago, and he thinks Drew's going to take it. I think Glenn's car is just so on point right now. It's going to be very tough for Glenn to lose this one, I really believe. We got a battle between Blake and Brian also, 116 and 114. Now, of course, their times were very close when they were qualifying. James McCutcheon at 109. He's hanging in there too. And James, of course, they wanted to trim his body up. Now, of course, by the rules that we've been setting for all these guys, everybody wants nobody touching their cars after the race starts and everything. I said, well, I'll make a little bit of a deal. You can bring your trimmers over here and trim it up by that. But he wanted to take a Dremel tool to it. Other than letting another racer go over there with him to trim it up, can't really do it. So, it's just the way it is. I mean, we're all just trying to have fun here, but at the same aspect, people want a fair fun. So I'm doing the best on my side of things to make that happen. Sometimes I don't really complete it to the best of my ability. Sometimes I make mistakes, but I've not really been to any other tracks that do it much different than we do. Everybody makes mistakes at all their tracks and do things just a little bit quirky or a little bit different than other ones. And that's just the way that we kind of do it, trying to find a best way. But there's something I've learned, at least in the past 3.5 years, there really is no best way. There's a better way for some and a better way for some others, but there's never a way that makes everybody happy. So you just gotta kind of keep it within the rules, kind of be stern on it, and don't change, don't waver, because wavering will upset people. Implementing new rules throughout the season will upset people. So you got to make all that stuff at the very beginning. If you do that, you can have a pretty successful way of it. And I'm not saying that you can't change things while the season's going on, but actually changing the way that the cars handle, what motors they use and stuff like that, you can't do that. If you end up doing that, you make a lot of people mad. Like, let's say you start out thinking, yeah, we'll run these fast motors and these cars will hold it, and then they don't. But then everybody just bought those motors, and then you decide you want to take those motors out because they're too fast. But then you got a lot of people mad. So there's things like that. But things you can change are like what we just did today. When you guys bring these cars up, you're not touching them at all until the race starts. this doesn't change anything about their car. In other words, don't bring your car up here unless you're ready. Because there ain't going to be no coming back behind the gate, grabbing your car, fixing it, taking it back over there, and then tinkering with it because you forgot something. It's like, don't bring it up here until you're ready. Again, it says the problem with third generation is Roll had all his procedures, quirks, and glitches in the best potential way. So when he left, I was very close to change my Pepsi to the hard stuff. Kenneth, and that's respectful too, man. It's like that's why a lot of people do those kind of things. I see a lot of judgment a lot of the times from several people, and they say, well, I never do this, I'd never do that. Those that have done it, I'm not saying it's a good thing that they've done it and they've given in to weakness by no means. I mean, sin is sin, but those people that's done it and come up out of it, they understand that it's like it's so easily to fall on that hard line and just be like, you know what, I'm going to start drinking today so I can feel happy like I was in my 20s because this is killing me. Like, I can understand that. And people say, well, I don't know if the Lord would understand it, but he does, man. I know he does. If he didn't, why would he be going to places where those people was, man? Because those are the places where those hearts can change the most. It's like those people are hurting. The people that are hurting can be helped. The people that are hurting and want to change, the people that are hurting and need a way out, those are the people that he gives living water to. Those are the people that the Father gives faith to. And, they may never change their ways, but thank God that they're saved, And the hard stuff, man, it's very easily to go from Pepsi to the hard stuff. I know. I've done it 3 times in my life. I've had 3 DUIs. Went from Pepsi to the hard stuff 3 individual different times. And would drink the Pepsi, think I'd be done, go to the hard stuff. Something bad happens. I was very easily just going to it. That was my go-to. Kenny says the red cola, but I had Dead Reckoning and kept Pepsi Twist. Yeah. And I've had a lot of friends that's went through similar battles. I got a friend I talk to now. He's currently in prison. He's went through some rough times, and the world would write him off, right? Because the world's funny about that, man. Like they love to jump on one mistake that a person makes. That's why I said, man, those are the people that said that they just love dogs and not humans. It's like, man, if it was just nothing but animals here and not humans, this world wouldn't be worth living. And I think the world has a forgiving problem. They don't like to forgive people. They like to keep drilling it down, and they kind of love to just beat each other down and makes them feel good, because, oh, I finally got that guy. I've been waiting to get him, and they tell themselves somehow or another in their brain that that person or that lady or that guy is bad, and they can justify it that way, even if that person isn't. There's a little bit of bad and a little bit of good in all of us. Sin dwells in every one of us, and you ain't going to get rid of that until they bury you in the ground. And I haven't known of one human other than Jesus Christ that was able to conquer that. And everybody else, their flesh is in the ground, man. So at the end of it, man, we just got to learn to love each other where we're at, and we got to understand we're in it together, and give credit and glory where credit and glory is due, and that's to the Lord for dying for us. Because that's the truth. I plan on seeing Reuben again. I plan on seeing my grandma and my granddaddy again, and that's the one way I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it by thanking the Lord for doing it for me. So, because I can't do it myself. Because I will turn that Coca-Cola straight upside down into a little bit of that whiskey action. I will do that. That's what I'm capable of doing. So, thank the Lord for being there and making a way. He always makes a way. Never gets too hard. Gets tough, and you may sample a little bit of it before it's said and done. But if you do, he'll leave the 99 and go after the one. He'll get you out of the problem you're in. That's called providence. The Lord writes out everything. He knows his own, and when the time's right, and he knows he has to fulfill it, to make it right. He's not lost one. He'll leave the 99. He'll come after the one, and providence will be true, and you'll be right back into his loving arms. So I trust and believe that. He's 100% good, and he always, constantly thinks for our good. Like I said, it's a blessing to have a slot car track, and in this day and age, to be able to do something like this, I'm very blessed, and I'm thankful to the Lord for allowing me to do that instead of being in Tempe, Arizona, because that's where I would be. Kenneth Schultz says, yes, on my friends walk the streets. He was a backer chef, so I got him in the kitchen at the Army facility. Now he is off beer, got an apartment, the whole 9 yards. Took 9 months, but he's back. That's what I said, man. Is humanity not resilient? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, the people that count people out love to see people down and out. So if you don't ever count people out, you do things like you just did there, Kenneth. You give people a second hope and a second chance. And if that isn't shining the light of the Lord, I don't know what is. Like, we're here to be representatives of Christ, and that's Christ-like. And, you know, getting that guy back on track, I'm sure he's thankful for it. And I almost can guarantee you he's giving credit where credit's due, and that's to the Lord Jesus Christ. Majority of people do. Now, some people, they pull themselves up, what they call pulling themselves up from their bootstraps, and you know, try to inner strengthen themselves, and this works for a while, but at the end, you know, we got to answer. So I'd much rather answer with that lawyer on my side that's paid my bill than me to go up there and just have to admit that, yeah, I did all that stuff. Now I know where I'm going. But you know, you see somebody in need, help them. You know, I get a lot of the times, a lot of guys come in here, and I've even been there myself in my life, so I'm not judging them by no means. I used to have a big deal with homeless people. Like, I was like, they're all cheating, they're all just taking the money, and they're running with it. And I got hit with a big reality one time. I was laying in bed and talking to the Lord, and got really soft-hearted about it, singing songs to Him, and just thanking Him for life. And I got to thinking about it at one time, and I was like, if God, there's a verse in the Bible that's talking about, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me, and all this. It's like, well, at the end of the day, you see a homeless person, and he's got a sign, and it says, you know, praise to God and all this. In one way or another, he's putting a Bible verse up that he's struggling, but he's making it because God's making a way. Let's say that guy is a complete degenerate. He's got a Mercedes being parked behind the tree. You don't know that, but let's say he does. He's still begging people for money. At the end of the day, give him the money. What is money? It's just a tool anyway. I was talking to my mom about this the other day. And what do you use tools for? You use them to solve a problem. Okay, this guy's begging. He doesn't have a job. So, you know, even if he is driving a Mercedes Benz, I mean, how can we judge at the end of it? Yeah, it's kind of dirty, but let's say that he does have all his money, he does have a job, and he's doing all this crooked criminal stuff. You know, vengeance is the Lord's. You think the guy's going to get away with it? He's not going to get away with it for long. I looked up a YouTube video one time, and there's this guy, and he was acting mentally challenged, and he was doing that, and they put him on a news channel in Lexington, Kentucky. And that's where this dude was at, and he was rolling around in a wheelchair and everything, and people were paying him money, and he's like, if you're stupid enough to give me the money, then I'm going to take it, you know. And at the end of it, I mean, all I felt like is like, I'd much rather give to somebody on the street, take that chance that it's not a person like that, and help them 100% versus giving to, let's say, organized charity like the March of Dimes. This blew me away. You know, out of a whole dollar, they give a dime. You know, but they're trying to act like they give you the majority of the money to the charities and stuff. Then when it gets whitewashed through the government and everything else, and, you know, these people line their pockets one way or another, whether it's taking loans out or whatever, tax-free, you know, they still try to act like a Goodwill, essentially, even though Goodwill's not a charity whatsoever, it's a business. And it says, I like the famous grouse whiskey. Darn smooth stuff. Like brandy, velvet, yes. But a bit of brotherly love has killed. No, no. No rainbow flag. Yeah, definitely no rainbow flag in today's context for sure. Now, the rainbow flag in the Bible, love it. And, whiskey, it's a pure substance, think about it. When Jesus turned water into wine, and my pastor that I would go to in person uh, over in Sacramento, he was explaining this to me one day because I used to be a teetotaler. If you know what that means it was a organization and a group that come about the Prohibition time, and it was a branch off, I believe, of the Methodist Church, where that they were like, we don't smoke, we don't drink, we don't do nothing. It's all 100% against God, right? And they were the biggest proponents behind the Prohibition. But what I believe the Prohibition was all about, if you do a little bit more research, was that people were making their own whiskey and they were using it to fuel their cars. If you go back and look at it, uh, there's not so much of a big deal with that. Did he? Are they going to let him fix it? Oh, did he? Well, I mean, it happens. I did. I did eat the two pieces. It was pretty good. Yeah, it's like a what do you call it? A Pizza Hut pizza. It was good. But yeah, as for the prohibition and stuff, I'm not saying that you should spend all of your living, and as the Bible would say, becoming a drunkard. You spend all your living. Uh, you don't care if your family eats. You don't care if anybody eats. You got to get that next drink. You're staring hard at the wine bottle. They say. And my pastor was bringing that up. Says there's nothing really wrong with drinking. It's doing it to an excess. The same way as like if you overeat to an excess. If you do things because it controls you, it's not good. But if you do things, everything is lawful unto you, but not everything's expedient, is what the Bible says. So, like, you can do it, and it's not necessarily sinful. It only becomes sinful if it, I guess you would say in today's terminology, is if it's an addiction, right? So it says scammer. No, they always get worse off in the end. What I did with Dennis was I did not give him money. I bought whatever he needed, clothes and so on, to get them started. Yeah. See, let me read the previous one for that. Trying to get some context here. Stuff like brandy, velvet, yes. Has killed, no rainbow flag. Scammer, no, they always get worse off in the end. I guess I'm kind of confused on that a little bit. Are we talking about, because I've said a lot, are we talking about the guys that are on the street panhandling, or are we talking about people drinking in general? Drew Hoagland coming back, just like Gabriel said he would. 218 laps right now. Glenn Burden, of course, mom just come up there and said, see, that he had a bent axle. So they gave him time to fix that bent axle for Glenn. Dude in a wheelchair. Oh, yeah, he's definitely a wheelchair guy from Lexington. Yeah, I mean, dude, that was hard to watch. I'm not going to lie. Panhandling Mercedes. Yeah. It was tough to watch, and it's like, how do you do that? Like, there's two ways you can go about it. You can like just be like, that's the most evil person alive, right? And that's what the majority of people do. Or you can be like, why is he doing that? And how can I still love this person? Like, you got to figure that out. And my dad helps me a lot with that kind of stuff. He's like, what you're going to learn in life is that the majority of the time, none of it is personal. Like literally none of it is. And it's just people being people. Like I said, you got to love them where they're at. And to love a person like that, it's tough. But I would definitely have to tell him, like, you got to stop that stuff. But I don't know if I would completely hate him. By no means. Uh, it's just one of them things. So much to talk about when it comes to that kind of thing. Drew Hogan's going to be rotating to orange. His fastest lap 3.10. Currently the fastest out there at a 231 lapper. And this is segment 8 of 8 that we're going into. This will be our final segment here. So we will be writing down someone's name for the A main. What's going on, T?
Jackie wants to know if you have any motors for a hoodie.
I don't have any motors for a hoodie. I can probably get them though.
He said he can probably get one.
Might be from Mid America, but yeah, I don't keep really expensive stuff like that in stock.
We don't have a hoodie for sale, do we?
Not currently, but I can get him
Stock
one.
Well, we can put it on reorder. You ask him that question.
All right. 1 second, folks. All right. He's going to check on one of the hoodies from Mid America, and he's going to call back here in a minute. So yeah, how much battery's on that? Full. Yeah, you can leave it here.
I got tips for you.
Don't forget about it though, because I will. Huh?
I got tips for you down here.
Ken Schultz just made Testament. Got 4 kids, but love them all. But in the Testament is written they need to present DNA or know nothing. So these 4 kids you're talking about, are they like you're asking them to present like hair DNA or something to see if you got if they're your kids or something? I'm kind of confused on that. All right, and that is the end of that race there. Drew Hoagland 262. So we're going to write his number down 262. And Gabriel was right. He said Drew was going to get it. I thought Glenn was going to get it. I was wrong. No ties. We're going to go ahead and exit through there and start the A main. It says the thing is both my ex Hags was not faithful and both was with someone else. So yes. Okay. Yeah. So that's understandable. 100%, Kenneth. If they're not your kids, they're not your kids. All right. Let's see. Exit. And I know that's not popular with today's culture, but hey, that's just how it is, man. You know. So it's definitely going to be flexi again. Segment type when you go to drivers, back these guys out. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Texas and Florida is going to require that at birth now, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be some interesting things. And I know that they have changed some of the laws, at least in our state, when it comes to child support over some of the similar things. So, you know, it's moving in somewhat of a more equalized court system. You know, me growing up, you know, it was always one-sided for sure. And I see both sides of things. You know, I've had family and friends both that's been involved in divorces. I was lucky to say that my mom and dad's always been together, but I see both sides of it. Like I don't like seeing women taken advantage of, and nor do I like to see men taken advantage of. And you know, I think it's great what you're doing there, because there's no reason you should be able to have to be taking care of someone else's children. All right, guys, let's move on in to the A main. Guillermo, where you want to go? What was that? Purple it is. Gabriel Kirtley, where would you like to go? Blue it is. Sean, where would you like to go? White it is. Randy, where would you like to go? Green? Did you say green? All right. Nathaniel, where would you like to go? Red? All right, we're ready to go, guys. Track marshals, please. Ken Schultz says exactly. I know one Aunt mine, but I did not make any difference on anything. That I won't share the wealth with not my kids. Yeah, the proper term for that is called redistribution of wealth. That's what they call that. So like if you got illegitimate children or something like that, and you know the court system forces you to give them money or whatever because you adopted them or whatever, that's called redistribution of wealth under your family name. So you know, it's always good to get proof for sure, because you want to keep your family's money in with your family. That's what prolongs your family, your lineage per se. And if curses come to other people's families, you should not have to put those curses on yourself unless you just want to be a blessing to somebody. But it shouldn't be bound to you by no means. All right, guys, if you were in that previous race, we need some track marshals. You know, it's funny too, Kenneth, is it kind of goes the other way too. Like people in their family that say they love and respect somebody on their dying deathbed, for instance, and they like a nurse or something that's been taking care of them for the past 10 years, and they leave everything to that nurse, and it's not a matter of the family to be passed down. Sometimes you'll see family members lose their cool over that, but hey, you know, it's your money to give and do as you see. I'm 100% behind that. That's what makes capitalism so great, is that we get to choose what we do with our money, not the government. All right, racers, are we ready? Here we go. And this will be our first heat for the A main. I might have to give me a cola after this one. And Guillermo Sar was very quick in the previous. Speaking of that, he did bring home that win in the previous. So I need to, did I give him a win? Let me go over here to the point section, make sure I gave him a win. I did not. I need to give him a win there. All right. I was just double checking with T there for a second, make sure that it was Guillermo that ended up winning the previous race, the Defense 7 NASCAR race. Randy Kirtley with a blistering 2.992 best lap there on Green Lane. I don't think he's going to lay down on this one as easy. I think he's ready to give Guillermo the what for. Now we got 5 fast racers here in this one. Looks like Gabriel's looking at something on his car here in the high banks portion of the track. He's knocking something out of it. Something's going on. All right, looks like Gabriel's got his stuff back underway, figured out. Right now, top 3, 10s, Randy, Guillermo, and Sean. Nathaniel there with 9 and Gabriel with 8. Gabriel Kirtley coming around the donut. He's going to try to make up some of that time there on blue, but it looks like his car is going to kick off under the bridge. Next up after this will be our only blue track race of the evening, and that's going to be IndyCar on the blue track. Time is it currently? We want to make sure we're making good time here. 5:45, almost 6. So I'll be putting this one over about 6:30. 8:30. We might not get a wing car race in tonight, folks. Kenneth says, sorry for my broken English. Been all over the world. South Africa, continent of Africa, East Chinese Sea, electro engineer, marine engineer, and 5 more titles, but who's counting? Kenneth, you've been a world traveler, to say the least, and that's more than 99% of men can say in this world today, myself included. So I would never put myself down for knowing more than the majority of people. But shows your humbleness, to say the least, to be able to say that. So I appreciate that. World needs more men, adventurers. I told T, I said, man, I feel like all the adventures taken. And then the next week, I kid you not, I would fire up Google and somebody's found some buried treasure in the middle of the ocean somewhere. So it's like there's always adventure. Or they'll find another 100 million acres or something out in the Amazon that they never knew existed. Like, I don't understand how we have not seen everything yet, but they sure make you think that they know it all until they don't. So there's always adventure to be had. Taking it to that next level, though, it's tough. It's scary, too, you know. You got to overcome that fear, I suppose, and just do it. I mean, my brother always says this, high risk, high reward. And he says everything's for sale except your loved ones, you know. So, I mean, it does work for the most part. Just take a chance. What's the worst can happen, you know? You lose that. I was talking to my mom literally yesterday when we was going to Owensboro, and I was going to get some containers, and I can't remember what their containers are called, but they're like glass containers to make kombucha and make different fermented stuff, fermented vessels. The Lost Tribe of the Amazons. Now I will say that's the scary stuff there. I've watched documentaries on that where I'm kind of getting off track here again, but where some of those are cannibalistic tribes, if I'm not mistaken, and they will hunt you down and try to kill you. So, I don't know. But one of my favorite movies is actually Jungle Cruise, and it's like around the Amazons there. I love that movie. Of course, I loved the ride when I was a kid at Disney World, I think, or Disneyland. It was one of them. But I like all that stuff. I like the atmosphere of it. A very close first heat. Fastest lap was a 2.986. The second fastest was a 2.987. 10 thousandths of a second difference. Medians were pretty close too, within a hundredth of a second. Randy and Guillermo really, they're in this. Now Guillermo's down 2 laps, but we all know that that can be any of you at any point in time. From top to bottom, we're looking at a difference between 6 laps. Nathaniel with 32 all the way up to 38 for Randy Kirtley. My wife's father, he was in 4 different branches of the military. I think he did Army, Marines, Navy, and Air Force or something like that. I can't remember. He was in 3 or 4 of them. But I remember when we'd be at church, when we was going to church with him, they'd have Memorial Day, and they would ask all of my Navy stand up. He would stand up. All of my Army stand up, and he'd stand up. And he was like he was standing up for every one of them. But he was all over the world a lot too, and he has some good stories, man. I could sit and listen to his stories for hours on end. I haven't seen him in about 2 weeks, but I'd like to see more of him. Again, it says true, there are no pay gap, and that's exactly why. High risk, high reward. I owe no one nothing. Everything bought and paid for. So yes, high risk, high reward. No women is deep sea diver. That's it, man. Deep sea diving. That's a scary stuff. My brother's been doing that. What do you need, man?
What motor are we gonna run on Wing Car?
It's going to be Eagle motor.
Eagle?
Hmm.
So if I have an Eagle motor, can I just swap out my motor?
Yes. You need to look at that paper and see what the gear ratio is, though. Okay. Yeah, my brother, he's been Gabriel Kirtley. He's up there right now in Purple Lane. He's been going back and forth through the Virgin Islands, and I think he went down to Georgia. He's been getting his diver's certificates and stuff like that, and I think he's like a master diver or something now. I don't know all of the ins and outs of it, but he's been sending me videos. He told me to watch this one movie with Woody Harrelson in it, where they're deep down in the ocean. And I mean, man, if you don't depressurize or pressurize or something or another down there, and you open too soon, like it just turns people to mush. And he's like, man, you ought to do it. It's fun. And I'm like, man, that sounds like no fun to me. Of course, I am deeply scared. You probably heard me say this before on a live stream. I am deeply scared of water that I can't see the bottom in. Deep sea, man, dark river water, do not like it. I don't hardly ever go to the river and get in the water. I'm not saying I ain't ever done it, but do not like that stuff, man. It takes a special individual to have enough stones to be able to do that kind of thing, and I don't have the courage to do that kind of stuff. Nor do I like walking in abandoned buildings alone in the middle of the night when it's pitch black and there's no electricity. I hate not having electricity. I still sleep with the light on. I don't care who cares or knows about it. Don't care. I sleep with the light on, and hate the dark, man. Can't stand it. Got a generator for every time the electric goes out. That dude gets fired up, and so do the fans. I would not do well in a post-apocalyptic world. So, my mom, she's pre-trib, and I'm hoping that happens. I am more of the lines of mid-trib myself, but, I'll make it. I won't be happy if it's mid-trib, but I would much rather it be pre-trib and rapture on out of this joint before all the lights go out. But if it ain't, I'll make it. Lord will make a way. He always makes a way. But I hate darkness. Can't stand it. Another heat down. These guys are just rolling on through on this. Randy Curley's still in the lead. He's got a 7-lap lead. That's going to be a hard one to catch. Or a 5-lap lead. Guillermo's 72. Still getting used to this new software and how it lines people up. For the segment, Randy Curley was number one with a fast lap of 2.880 and turning 39 laps to Guillermo's 36, 35 to Sean, 38 Nathaniel, 32 for Gabriel. For total laps, Randy Curley 77, total for Guillermo 72, 70 for Sean and Nathaniel, and 66 for Gabriel Curley. Ask your brother about the decompression table at 69 through 02. I'm a Seamass diver, 80 meters with regular 300 bar clean air. I will ask him, where is he? I'm going to go ask him real quick. 69 through 02. Actually, I need to read that again because I'm not too fluent on dive lingo. Let's see what it says. Decompression table 6902. Gabe, got someone on chat wanting to ask you a question about the decompression table at 69 through 02. He wants to know about the decompression table at 69 through 02. He told me to ask you this. Guy on the chat. 69/02. He's evidently a big time diver. You haven't made it that far yet? You can't go down very far in regular oxygen? Well, come here and read it. You would know the lingo better than me. I might have missaid that a little bit. He's going to come over here and check it out, though. I don't know if he'll get over here right now or if he's going to get back in the race. The 6902 old table. Okay. But yeah, he's been having a pretty good time. He went over to a rock quarry or stripper pit or something like that to get a certification to be able to go to the Virgin Islands and do those dives and everything. And of course, getting your air and your buoyancy and all that stuff, a lot of people don't know all about that. And I didn't know about it till he was explaining it to me. But, there's a certain level that you hit where that you actually drop instead of float. And I didn't know anything about all that. But, that's where you have all that air and stuff in you to be able to boost you up or take you down. You're kind of like a submarine in a sense, the way that I take it in my brain anyway, that you just add air or take away air and it sinks you and adds you and all that. And he was taking weights and putting inside of his suit to help with the buoyancy aspect of those things. It's very interesting. I'm not saying that kind of stuff ain't interesting. That's just darkness of water is scary. And those that do the deep sea welding go down there and they get bashed by the waves while they're trying to weld on the side of something. It's just crazy. Seamass, not Patty, not Uli. Patty and Uli is only 30 meters. Yeah, so 30 meters is about what he was doing to get certified, I believe. Yeah, his was scuba. His stuff was scuba training. So his was supplied air for sure. And with the tanks and stuff on them. Now he bought an expensive suit with some like really high tech tanks versus the stuff that when you go to rent scuba or whatever, when you go on vacation, the big huge tanks. He had these lighter tanks with him. He spent quite a bit of money to do all that. He's seen a lot of stuff, a bunch of sunken ships and everything else. I don't know if he went 300 meters down, but 300 meters, that's a lot. I could feel my brain being squished on that. What I find very interesting, I seen this the other day. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but it's on the internet, so take it with a grain of salt. That they said that we have actually discovered more percentage of the known universe outside of the Earth than we have our own ocean, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. That they believe that the universe's percentage of knowledge, they know more about it than they do the ocean itself. Here comes Gabe now. Sure, he's out of the race. Now, Gabe, this guy, he's a world traveler. This Kenneth Schultz. So he's done a lot of stuff, but you'll have to try to get through his translations. But he says, ask about the decompression table 69 through 02. He's a Seamass diver, 80 meters with regular 300 bar clean air. And he says the old table. You know anything about all that?
Yeah, that's more technical diving and stuff like that.
So what would be the purpose of all this technical? 300 meters down?
The 6902 is what, pure oxygen at 69 feet?
Is that pure oxygen at 69 feet? Kenneth, that's what he's asking. He thinks that's what you're talking about there. Did you ever dive that deep, 300 meters down?
No.
Goodness, dude. That's like the guy in that movie, isn't it? The guy from Cheers.
Yeah.
Is that about how deep he went? It was like 300 meters?
Go back up just a little bit. Go down. Yeah, I mean, we're not Patty or Nowie, we're SSI.
He's SSI, not Patty or Nowie, Kenneth. So what's the difference between Patty, Nowie, and SSI?
It's just a different training organization. But,
See, Kenneth's military.
yeah, that's all a bunch of different stuff, probably. Yeah, see, I can go down 40 meters.
You can go down 40. What's your rank right now in SSI? What do they call it? Master diver. That's what they call it. So he's able to go 40 meters down. They call him a master diver right now. But he's dabbled in a lot of that kind of stuff. He's always been adventurous for sure. He's fixing to get him a Porsche 911 next week. I think he's going to start racing it on some racetracks. He flew planes for years. Then he was like his dumb brother me, got him a DUI, and that wrecked his hopes of ever flying planes. But he's sampled and done pretty much all you can really do, you know. And I hope he does really well in the diving scenario. I told him, I said, when you go there to the Virgin Islands, you better find me a gold piece hidden in the ocean. He goes, man, I'll tell you right now, if I find one, that'd be crazy because you know that stuff's been picked through. But then I kid you not, like I said, that following week after I talked to him about that kind of stuff, thinking that that's true, they found all that treasure in the ocean. So you just never know. And they just found a new ship too. Now I don't know if there was treasure in it or not, but they found a new ship that they had been reading about and stuff, and they found it and got documentation of LiDAR shot down in there to see it. So I'm always keeping up with that kind of stuff. I like that kind of stuff. Right now, we see that Randy Kirtley is still in the lead, but that lead has dropped tremendously. At 139 laps for Guillermo Sire, 143 for Randy. So he's dropped that lead to 3 laps. We see a battle between Sean McCutcheon and Nathaniel at 134, 135 also. And there's another heat down. Randy Kirtley's still hanging on to that lead. We got a time between Sean McCutcheon and Nathaniel Burden. They're just battling each other out today. So, Kenneth, you going 300 meters down. I am quite curious. So, were you similar to those people that you have to stay in a little under the water hotel for like multiple days and stuff, and they degas you, and you go out and you do the work and stuff, and you got to go back in and, you know, pressurize all those containers and get your sleep and all that? Because 300 meters down like that is a lot. I am one of the old Quack Cousteau divers. We dive to 79-80 meters on filtered dry air, 2x20, steel bottles. I used U.S. Divers icebreaker tube breather. Yes, I know the air can be toxic. Hey, I'll tell you what, that's respectful. So, let's see here, icebreaker breather, U.S. steel bottles. CO scrubbers, filters, water, and oil separators. Well, yeah, I mean, that seems like that would be the reason why it would be kind of toxic if there's oil in it. And of course, a scrubber is to get rid of the CO2. I know that from electrical experience. Bottles. So you use bottles. What, like a supplied line from a boat up above or anything like that? Because when I think Jacques Cousteau, I think the bronze helmet, straight up looking like what was that? Aftershock, I think was the name of the video game. But like, you know what I mean? The mask, and you jump off the little plank, and you got the line above you. I don't know if they still do that or not, but that's what I think when I think Jacques Cousteau divers. Looks like Guillermo might have popped his controller again. Been having a lot of people hook their controllers up wrong here lately. Brother's over there right now. He's helping out Sam a little bit, trying to get a wing car ready to go. Again, it says the CMAS 6902 was the Old Navy Swafty table. Maximum Swafty, longer time before fly, then Patty Nausi SSI. So that's what Gabriel is, SSI. came, then they changed it to maximum dive time, less safety, fly time charter. Okay, so I'm starting to understand there a little bit. And these are stair step downs to basically somebody like me. I guess I'd fall under somebody like less safety, fly time charter. And that would be something like Gabriel was saying. I could go up there on one of the experimental days or whatever they had, and I could try it out for $75. I think's what he said, just to be able to see if I liked it. But of course, I told him that's a no-go for me because he was telling me how his wife did it, and she was there, and they were not down too far, but she jetted that baby straight up to the moon, man. Gotta say, he gets to the top, she had blood running through her mask and everything else, and it wasn't even that deep. But I'm I know myself. Sometimes I get a little excited and I do things, and especially when I get scared, I don't think right. And I could just see myself being down there. I'd already be a little bit afraid. When we went to the Virgin Islands together as a family last year. We did um, the little jet skis that have the bubble over the head, and you can see all the fish. They throw the food, and the fish gets all over you and everything else. Well, we were only like 10 foot or so under the water, but man, I'm telling you, I could feel my ear test test. Yeah, and I could feel my ears like pop. And whenever you got in there, I can't remember what they had you to do, but it was you had to duck your head under it and get in it, and you were a good 5 or 10 foot under the water at that point to get to that point to get inside this thing. Then when they get in there, they just degas this thing, and it like pressurizes that cabin. You can feel your ears and everything pop, and you're scooting around in this little scooter, but you're breathing, and the water is like right here, in that little dome, and you're just scooting around in that water. And I mean, man, at first it was very, very scary. Now, with the scooters, they only went, the X plane. They didn't go the Z plane. It was like X and Y. You can move them forward, they go forward, and you can go side to side and stuff. But you never was going the Z plane. You couldn't dive that dude down and go down and actually touch like shipwrecks and stuff. But it was deep enough that it hurt your ears. Uh, and it was an experience. I did enjoy it, and I almost, I've thought about it a few times, like maybe doing like Virgin Islands stuff where you can see the bottom of the thing. But you get deeper at the Virgin Islands even, and it gets a little bit darker and it gets a little bit colder, and it's creepy. You say, oh, you have to try it. It's safe to 10 meters. Yeah, and I'm thinking about it. I probably ain't going to do it this year, but I might go with him next year whenever my brother's a little smarter about it. Like I know that the people that'll train you, they're not going to probably let anything happen to you, but I would much rather be with a family member like my brother or somebody that I do trust uh, that knows how to do it too, because then I would feel a little bit safer about doing it. Right now, he's still learning how to do it all. Like I said, he's a dive master now, so I'm sure he's plenty smart enough to do it. I might try it next year with him. Might go up there and just try it, but I definitely wouldn't do it in the Green River. Let me put it that way. I don't care if we're going 2 foot in the ground. I would not do it the Green River. This is about that right there is about how far you can see in the Green River. That's how dirty it is. It's horrible. Drew laying underneath the track to get a car here. I'll check a time here. 6:12. It says yes, the ear pump is to get them going down, but also when you climb in a plane, that builds into the decompression table. Yeah, that's what I felt in. Yeah. It was cool seeing them put that, like, 'cause there was sea turtles there that day. I never seen a sea turtle in real life. Seen them on TV, and they're big, but they're not as big. And maybe I just seen a smaller version of one. Maybe it was a baby, but they're not like in the movies where the turtles are this big. You know, they're like that. You know, a good maybe 2.5, 3 foot in diameter. Seen those. I've seen those fish that have the humongous long noses and the long tongues. I've seen those. I've seen a lot of different kinds of fish. I really wanted to see a pufferfish, but I don't know if I was in the right climate for pufferfish, really. Uh, but man, I had fun. It was probably the best vacation, family vacation I'd ever been on. You know, and my brother, he paid for it all, him and his wife, and we stayed in this like bungalow or something. We was overseeing the ocean and everything. It's really pretty cool. So, I mean, would I ever go back? I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that the Virgin Islands is like the U.S. I mean, I know it's in the U.S. Don't get me wrong, but well, there's the British Virgin Islands too that isn't. But this was like St. John, I think's where we were at, and it's very third world country, um, which I'm sure you know all about, Kenneth, as much as you've traveled. But if you think of like the old pirate movies and stuff, whenever they dock at like a place, it kind of reminds you of that. They have all the little docking areas and stuff. It's all tourist built type stuff, but no air conditioner in the buildings. They have scheduled power shutoffs there. So every like 3 hours they would shut the power off. Their power plant is not even a megawatt, I don't think. It's not big at all. Uh, they collect their rainwater to drink, which is Montezuma's revenge on another level, to say the very least. When I was down there, I actually drank wine just to make it to where I could keep stuff down. Like, it was that bad for me. Uh, didn't drink water, didn't eat the ice, didn't do none of that after about the first 3 or 4 days of knowing that that's what happened. And then after that, I didn't drink anything unless it was a Coca-Cola out of a can or, like I said, wine when we were at restaurants and they didn't have Coke. But it was, nonetheless, to say the honest truth about it, it was brutal and, hot. But was it pretty? Oh, man. You can't hardly beat how pretty it was there. The water was so crystal clear, man. It might as well have been a pane of glass on the storefront here. You could see straight through the bottom. I seen stingrays there. Didn't even know stingrays lived in the ocean. It says the only thing you need to remember is always have a breather tethered to your neck. Bite down when water touches your lips. Most can't breathe. Built-in safety reflex from childhood. Press button. That's good information. And you never know. I mean, I might be hearing this information because who knows, in a few years from now, I might have to do something like that, and your words will ring true in my ears, and it might save my life. It's probably something I really need to learn, to be honest. Into breather, it will force air in, and you start breathing. Yeah, my brother was telling me it's very difficult to use your brain to breathe mouth only. And he said it's a little weird at first. He did tell me that, which I am a mouth breather. If you can't tell by the way I sound, like I'm very nasal. Like I don't really breathe out of my nose hardly at all. So it might be a little easier for me. I don't know. But either way, just it's a fear-inducing thing for me. Need to overcome that, I guess. But yeah, the Virgin Islands, man, beautiful, beautiful beaches. We went and visited this guy. I think his name was Coconut Man. Christy, my sister-in-law, she was telling me about him. Like, this dude cut a coconut right there for you. You drink it right off the tree, man. I did that. Coconut, very, very high in fat, if you didn't know. Most people maybe didn't. That's another thing that will cause you to have stomach issues. Let's put it that way. But I don't even know if it rained but once while we were there. It looked like a horrible rainstorm was fixing to roll through. And it rained for about 30 seconds and it was done. Beautiful. The people friendly. They were super friendly. But like I said, man, just the roads horrible. It was like one lane roads and they were fitting 3 cars through them. Cars abandoned on the side of the road everywhere you went. You know, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for saying all this too, because I know Christy was mentioning it on her Facebook page. She got attacked over it. But it's just the truth, folks. Plumbing might as well be non-existent. You're not going to flush there and it go down quick. It's going to sit there and it's going to be like a clogged toilet in the States, and it's going to barely go down. So you flush it, 30 minutes later it might go down. Kenneth says, I love diving. The tranquility and thoughtlessness like an astronaut. I like that, Kenneth. I do. You know what? There is a lot to be said about that too, if you think about it. Because, you know, an astronaut is in a place that you can't breathe, and it's dark, and it's cold, and you have a little dome over your head. And when you're in the water, the majority of the times it's dark, it's cold, and you're in an environment you can't breathe with a dome over your head. So technically you are an astronaut, I guess you would say. But I guess astro, what would that mean? I guess that means outer space or something. I don't know what the word astro means. But you are a certain style of knot adventurer, I guess you would say. So what would that be? A water knot? I don't know what they call under the water. But it's a form of astronaut, I suppose. But those ain't stars you're seeing that are glowing down that low. Those are fish, and they're wanting to eat you. Especially the sharks. I don't know. It was funny though. My brother and him. Well, it really wasn't that funny. It was kind of scary when he told me. But the last time they went, they got surrounded by sharks. They said, and they didn't mess with them. But he said it was a little sketchy. I'm excited for him to get his little Porsche though. He's going to get and I mean little. Like this thing is tiny. It's a 911 he's going to get, and they shipped it overseas. He sent me a picture of it coming over in a boat down into D.C., and that's getting shipped to Chicago. I told him he needs to go over there and stop and talk to Roger and them when he's up there at Mid-America, see what they're doing. They just came off of that Fiesta Flexi, which I thought was kind of cool. Let me get some more music playing here. What did I do with that remote? There it is. And 10 hours worth. 10 hours of medieval magic. The guys hate the medieval music here, but it's the only thing that, hey, yes, you're right. You are a water knot. Yeah. Uh, they hate the medieval music here. I love it. I'm a big Witcher fan. Love that show. And I like the video game. I played every one of the video games since I was young. My dad actually introduced it to me. Like, I think I just graduated high school. Big launch of starships today. What are they sending off more of the network for the internet? What do they call it? The Starcast, I think, or something. Elon Musk Starcast. And that's something too, man. Like having internet just out in the middle of nowhere now. When I was a kid, this was just so strange. Witcher 100%. Yes, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. See, I'm single lingual, I guess you would say. So I only know English, and they are translating the Witcher books into English. I seen that, and that was pretty cool. I'd like to read those. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan too. Like Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter, I have seen that. And it's decent too. I like it all right. I don't like it when it gets all dark and stuff. I don't really watch those. But at the very beginning, when they're kids, it's like being in elementary school again when I was younger. And they have all the little parties, the Christmas parties, and the fall festivals and stuff. And I think that stuff's cool. I like any movie that kind of is lighthearted like that. No, it is the big one. Me too. Oh, really? I guess they're getting ready for that big black moon. I think is what they call it. What is it? You got blue moons and black moons, right? Getting ready for the black moon. Isn't that August or September the 6th, I think? September 5th or 6th, isn't that when the big black moon's going to happen? Two new moons in one month. All right, and that's the end of that race. Let's see what we got. Randy Cartley's going to hold it off, 301. So let's go ahead and give him one. I don't want Saw any other through. Yeah, I'm not. I don't watch no Saw or nothing like that either, man. I am completely against scary movies. I can't do them. Like I said, dude, I sleep with the lights on, man. I don't do scary movies. Anything that might give me a demonic attack at night, that ain't happening with Donnie D. Blood Moon, yes. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go over to the points. Randy Kirtley's going to get him another win here, folks. He's up to 7 now. Okay. And we need to head back over to the orange. No ties, so we're going to go ahead and exit that. And who had the most there? It was Drew, I thought, wasn't it? Before? Yeah, 262. So no in the top 3 for Drew. Okay, so we'll exit this. And then next up, I got to get this cancel race, put that back on practice for a minute. Exit that, and I got to get another. This will be the world track, so we're moving tracks this time. Got to find it. There it is. And we got to toggle the power.
Change the motor in it.
Okay, take it up there to T, okay? You'll need to check the gears on that too. The gears have to match from the rules, okay? No, I mean you'll have to count the spur gear and the pinion gear by the rules because that has to be within rules, okay? Okay, so we're going to go over here to qualify, and that is going to be for the IndyCar. So who do we all have for IndyCar? Brian, Nathaniel, James, Sean, Guillermo, Blake, and who? Is Garber not racing it? Okay, Blake and Drew then. All right, let's do a random. Begin qualify session. This is probably going to be our last race of the night because it'll be right at 9 when this is done. Add driver. Blake. And Drew. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. All right, 1 second here, folks. Move this over to World 1. The problem with scary movies gives me nightmares. And 200 meters down, a compression nightmare ain't a good thing. No, it isn't, Kenneth. They scrubbed Starship Flights 10. Don't know why. Some pump. Yeah, you know, they got to have all those checks and everything else. You are going to be second to last, Blake. What's up, Sean?
That last race, I was the definition of fast and furious.
Was you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you win?
Well, because it came off really fast and it was
Really
furious.
furious?
So it was rough.
All right, guys, we're ready to qualify on the blue track for IndyCar. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, James McCutcheon, Brian Vender, Glenn Burden, Guillermo Sire, Nathaniel Burden, Blake Conrad, and Drew Hoagland. That hand you just seen there. Oh, sorry, Guillermo Suar. Sorry, Guillermo. It's going to take me a few weeks to break the habit. That hand you just seen, Sean McCutcheon's coming over here, talking about being fast and furious. I asked him why he didn't win. He said he came off fast and he came off furious. Makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, they'll scrub them flights all the time, man, over something real small. But I mean, when you're looking at millions and billions of dollars worth of stuff, I guess it makes sense. You're missing a car there, T. Where is it? He's not racing. I got Sean, Randy, James, Brian, Glenn, Guillermo, Nathaniel, Blake, and Drew. That's 9 racers. So where's the 9th racer and who is it? Whose car are we missing? Guys, this is probably going to be our last race tonight. We'll start next week with Wing Car. We're going to be running out of time, dude. It's at 6:30 now, and we got 2 races, and each race takes about an hour. We're right now in the live stream 4 hours and 30 minutes. We started at 2 o'clock. 6:30. We've ran 2 races. So 4 hours and 30 minutes, that's 2 hours and 15 minutes per race at 2 heat racers. So another 2 hour and 15 minutes is going to put us right at 8:30, 8:45, which is closing time. We could do that, but I don't know if it would still, because we got 9 racers. It's up to y'all. Y'all can make the decision.
Y'all want to do one man and one man? That way we can run both races?
If we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to randomize it. We're not going to qualify, and I'll randomize it, and I'll just call your name, and you tell me where you want to go, or I'll just randomize that even. We won't have the time, so we can do this. If we run one heat, like one heat Indy, one heat Wing Car, one main Indy, one main Indy car, we're not going to qualify. I'm going to randomize it like 5 or 6 clicks in the race, and that's going to be your lineup, and whoever's the set out's just the set out. Y'all good with that? We got 9. Y'all good with it?
I'm good.
That's what we'll do.
Send it.
All right, no qualifying, guys. We're rocking and rolling out of here. So we're going to go to the race. And it's going to be IndyCar, segment type 120, 120 drivers. Clear all these guys out. And we haven't ran any racers in this yet. So can we add racers? I don't know if I can add racers or not. We might have to qualify this one because I don't have all you guys as racers. So yeah, looks like we are going to have to qualify this one. Sean, Randy, James, Brian, Glenn, Guillermo, Nathaniel, Drew, Blake.
Raceway.
Do we?
Oh, Blake Conrad is a member now.
All right.
All right.
We're gonna have to qualify or?
We have to on this one. All right, guys. Track marshals. The problem is I don't have one in here with Drew and Blake together to pull that race up, and I can't add racers into the race. I can only do it from the qualifying, you know, that I could see anyway. And I don't have time to try to peel that banana back. T does. You ready? Let's go. It does, but the problem is I don't have a set of racers with Blake and Drew in it with you guys to pull up. This will be the first time they've raced together. And when you do the race, you got to pull from one of the qualifying sessions. I mean, there may be another way to do that, but I don't have time to tear that apart. You'd be better off just qualifying it, and I figure that out later. Dad, you'll be on deck. I'm going to check my audio here real quick. Good. Channels. Good on them. All right, Sean McCutcheon, new track record 5.920. Up next, Randy Kirtley, followed by James McCutcheon on deck. Randy Kirtley up next. All right, new track record, pole, Randy Kirtley, 5.906. Next up, James McCutcheon, followed by Brian Vender. James, whenever you're ready, just hit the button. Kenneth, 2 hours more. Need to walk the Rocky Boy. Just a short walk. Rev those engines. We will. Yeah, we got 2 hours more. We're going to try to fit in this class, and we're going to try to fit in the wing car. Hopefully in the wing car we got all the guys' names in. We can just boost it right in, randomize it, and rock and roll into the race. So there will not be 2 heats here. It's just going to be one 9 round robin instead of 2 mains. And that way we can try to get both of the races in. Where all of our other races we split into 2. So it's probably going to be pure carnage, most likely. But nonetheless, we got to do what we got to do here. All right, James McCutcheon with a 6.620. Next up, Brian Vender, followed by Glenn Burden. Brian Vender up next. All right, Brian Vender with a 7.175. Next up, Glenn Burden, followed by Guillermo Suar. Kenna says, local time, 1:37, dark night outside, and 11 porcupines in the yard getting food. Cat food, wet, meat, and pellets. Porcupines. If you got that many porcupines, I can almost guarantee, Kenneth, you've been hit by some of those spines from the porcupines, ain't you? It looks like it's going to be a nice, clear, dark night for us, too. I'm going to actually go out and see if there's any meteors or stuff tonight when we get home, because it's been cloudless all day long, so it'll be a good night to see if anything like that's happening. And I do like to sit on top of the RV and just stare. It'll be a little bit cooler tonight, so I might have to bring the blanket, but I promised Steve we'd get out there a couple times this year. We've been quite busy, so I'm going to get out there tonight for sure. All right, Glenn Burden with a 6.556. Next up, Guillermo Suar, followed by Nathaniel Burden. Sean looking out for Guillermo to plug up his controller correctly. Guillermo Suar was pretty quick here Suar, sorry. I keep saying that. Trying to learn his last name a little better. I've called him Guillermo Suar for the past 3 years, so it's going to be a hard habit to break. But nonetheless, he is usually one of our faster racers here. And, of course, meant no disrespect by no means, but, I do like his last name better than the way I've been pronouncing it. Suar sounds so much better than Sar. So, but, like I said, lived a sheltered life. Never really did travel much, so I don't know the differences in languages. Do the best I can. Right now, 6.100. Guillermo is putting it out there for sure. He's got 14 seconds left to go. He's getting her to the 0.84. And he's going to pop it right there. All right, Guillermo with a 6.084. Next up, Nathaniel Burden, followed by Drew Hoagland. Nathaniel pretty smooth here with his red car. 6.350. That's good for a fourth right now. That's definite A main. All right, Nathaniel Burden with a 6.191. Next up, Drew Hoagland, followed by Blake Conrad. Starting to get a little tired here. Age catching up with me right now. It says 75.2 degrees here, 39%. And guess what? The air conditioner's on. So that means fall has hit Lanes Raceway. Did see the first few tree leaves falling out, so pretty cool. Drew's got a really smooth sounding Indy car here. Needs to accelerate a little bit more coming out of turn 2. He's going to have one more chance at it right here. And that was enough to get a little bit extra. All right, Drew with a 6.417. Up next, Blake Conrad. Like Conrad is our final qualifier here, then we're going to jump right into the race and get it going as quick as possible. T, I am going to need you to be a track marshal on this with me. And whoever sets out is going to track marshal with us too. Guys, I will be track marshaling these next two races. So I probably won't be here in the booth, open for a lot of chit-chatting. So I'm going to be doing a lot of track marshaling. for the next 2 races. But in between, we'll have some chats, things like that. That way we get these racers, as many racers in as possible. Blake's still learning the rhythm of the track here a little bit. He still needs a couple weeks to figure that out, it looks like. All right, Blake with a 9.310. All right, Dad, where do you want to go? We got 9 racers. You don't want to set out? Okay. Sean, where would you like to go? Guillermo? Set out? Nathaniel? White? Drew? Orange? Glenn? Black? James? James, red, green, or purple? Purple. Brian? Red. Blake, you're going to be on green. Guys, I'm going to be track marshaling on Snake Pit. T, I need you at Horseshoe. Whoever is on the set out, which is Guillermo, I believe. Guillermo, you be in Camel Hump. Put it over here. You can put it in that chair if you want, either one. Okay. All right, folks, I'm going to head out there to track marshal. See you here in a few. Oh, my legs, my body, and my back. Guillermo, if you don't mind, get the Camel Hump. I'll take Snake Pit. Got to take this good-looking blouse off. Hook your white to the black and your black to the white. Sean, since you're the last to arrive, you get to hit the button to start the race. Track. Live track. Unless you hear a track marshal say track, don't hit the button. Unless it's a rider or in the red zone. Where's the rider? You just came off. Oh. You're good. Go ahead. Hit the button. Oh, to get his lap. Okay. Okay. All right, rotate them. Guillermo, you'll be rolling in. Who was on red? You'll come off, yeah. So, Nathaniel, just grab camel hump. You're on a learning basis. If you get the cars in good, then you're fine. If not, I will be taking back over. Capiche? Key is grab them by about mid front. Use your front finger to put on the guide flag and push it in like that, and then drop the back. Don't try to put the back in first. If you do, they're going to skip out on you. And then you're going to make them mad, and then I'm going to move you out of the way. So just remember, front of the car, put it in, drop the back. Don't drop it from extreme height, about that far off is all you need. And then drop it. And then they'll never chirp off on you. Huh? Why would I want to smell your car, Sean?
You cannot massage the tires.
Yeah, no massaging the tires, you weirdo. No licking them either. Dad, get this guy out of here. He's over here licking and massaging cars over here. Sweet mercy, Sean. I understand about winning, but man, kissing on cars and stuff, dude.
Me and my cars have a very handy.
I can tell. You better hurry up. You got 10 seconds.
10 seconds? I thought I was at 5.
Mm-mm-mm.
3, 2, 1.
Boy, you pay attention to your corner, not everybody else's. track. Ooh, ran on my toe wrong. Hurt the front of my foot. Kind of like jumping off a swing set when you're 29 years old. Stings. Rotate them.
When are we doing main car Friday?
We're doing it next.
Main car today?
Yep, it's going to be next. That's why we're only running one. Instead of splitting it into 2 races, we're running 1 race. So we're in heat segment 3 of 9. After this, we're immediately going to do wing car. Did you change the gears out for it?
She never looked at them.
That's not her job to look at your gears. Come here.
I don't know what type it is.
Well, that's why I told you. How many times did I tell you on the live stream to come over here and read this?
I can't read.
Oh, you can't read?
I can't read.
Well, you need to tell me that. All right, look. You need a 12-tooth pinion and a 38 spur. Okay?
I got the right ones?
I don't know. I'm going to
It
see.
was in the wing car when I bought it.
It
Damn.
looks like you might be right on your pinion. You might be a little slower than everybody else. We're going to let you pass, though. Okay?
Yeah,
You're going to be a little bit slower, but it's probably good for the first week. But get it swapped out next week, okay? This will help you learn because you'll be slower with more brake. And they ain't going to argue over it. Get it teched? Yeah.
I'm kind of scared.
Don't be scared.
I don't like racing.
I know. You'll figure it out. That's going to help you with it being a little bit
Not this on the track.
quicker spooling. Well, thank you for getting that out of the track because that could have been detrimental. Huh? Camel hump.
It was like right in the red. I think it fell off some stuff.
Probably did.
I would have everybody check the body from tip to tip.
You wouldn't believe some of the stuff I find in this track, Sam. It would embarrass you sometimes. I found a booger in it one time. A booger. Somebody put a booger on it. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. It was dried and hard. Scrape it up with a credit card.
Every time I come over, it's not like they're on the track.
Feels good, don't it, Sam?
How fast do you think these cars are going?
I'd say they're probably doing about 25, 30 mile an hour.
25, 30?
Yeah.
How fast are these cars?
They're probably 50, I would say. Pretty close to it. You'll be more like 47, probably. Good. You did good, Sam. You did good.
You like my wing pass?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
That drag car that I bought, it's out. It's out.
Oh, heavy, huh?
Can you see it?
Uh-uh. Let's look at it. Oh, heavy.
This is old heavy.
Yeah, that is, ain't it?
This is old heavy.
Let me see.
I've already drag raced it. It runs 12s, 13s.
Is it smooth?
It doesn't jump. It's like someone put butter on the track.
Really?
It's smooth.
Well, it looks good.
It looks sexy.
Did you say it looks sexy? Oh, me. Sam, you crack me up. Looks sexy. Drew being. You're back in, Drew. Okay. Ken says, awesome race. Yeah, we're having a good one here, Kenneth. Looks like Randy's going to be out on this one, also known as My Dad. He's going to be on the camel hump there. Total laps 54 for him, 52 for Sean, 47 for Glenn, 46 for James, 42 for Brian, 35 and 35 for Guillermo and Blake, and 32 Drew, 31 Nathaniel. It's going pretty smooth. Pretty smooth little race. I'm getting here. You get camel hump. All racers get camel hump. That right there. hmm This is snake pit, camel hump, horseshoe. Snake pit. Snake pit. Death's Corner's over there. It's Dead Man's Corner. That's on the orange track. Who hit the flag?
This one looks good. That thing's ripped in the corner. I've never seen that. I've only seen my car do it because I decided to put the wrong type of tires on. Oh my god. It was in the red zone.
Don't pee on the track, Sam. Pee? That's what you look like you fixing to do. Yeah. Who hit yellow flag? Who hit the button? Who hit it? Guillermo? You can't hit the yellow flag, man. We had it. Well, Red shouldn't have ram jammed him, but That's just it. We're track marshaling. It's live track.
Whoever speeds off, whoever's on red, they always speed off right there.
Drew, if I was you, I'd check your braids. If I was you, I'd check your braids.
Am I doing a good job putting the cars on?
Yeah, you're doing good.
That thing's about dated.
Pretty close.
2 bars.
Give me 2 bars. Give me 2 bars right now. I thought you were gonna spit some mad game on me over here, Sam. Give me two cold, ice cold bars.
Gold. I was on your live Friday night.
Was you?
Actually, the entire weekend. Friday.
Sean currently in the lead, 69 laps. Kenneth, it is pretty fun. I'm over here hanging out with Sam right now. Sam, you ought to get up in that seat and wave. Huh? No, I did not. Who did? No, it looks like Sean is with 69 laps. But we got one extra racer, so it's going to be a little different on this race because people got to set out. So
I got the breath knocked out of me today in football.
did you?
I got a
Did
cleat
you
to
win
the
that?
gut.
Did you win today?
No.
No.
I got a cleat to the gut and a cleat to the spine at the same time.
That's horrible.
So the pressure just met in the middle, and I couldn't breathe. It took me a minute to get up.
I understand.
That hurt. The pads didn't do nothing. He hit me lower than the pads go. It was like right here. The pads only go right here.
Glad you got yellow. Okay. Quit rubbing your face. I just make sure. This is what they want. I'm just giving them what they want, D. No, you need to stay over here. Walk that corner. I got these 2 corners. Track. No. Go ahead. No, she was getting these 2 cars here and a car wreck there. It, it's got to be done in a decent amount of time. No, that's their responsibility to hit it for the riders. Right, 87 for Sean right now. Randy just now back in with 73. 69. Two-thirds of the way through. Pretty close, pretty close. Nobody really yet because we don't want to set out, but right now, yeah, he's got the most laps right now, but he's going to set out after this. Sean McCutcheon. That's the guy in the black shirt right there. Yep. This is true. Yeah. James, if you get overwhelmed, man, just get on track. To the marshal. Ryder. Gotta quit dragging your feet, dude. Roll Tide. All right, Kenneth says, hello, Sam. Greetings from Denmark. Waving right back. You waving to Kenneth? You're on the edge of the headset range. Sorry about that, Kenneth. All right, so Sean's 105 now. He's coming to set out. We're looking at about 20 laps is what they can make. So it's pretty close between him and Randy. Brian Vender right now, 85, 82, 82 for Nathaniel and Guillermo, 80 for Drew, 78 for James, 76 for Glenn, and 68 for Blake. What are y'all over doing?
What's that smell? Touch that IPA.
Sean, Camel Hunt. Sean, that's impossible to get your energy going. Track. Go ahead. First on it, Sam. Been there. Done that. White. Rotate 'em. All right. Let's see here. Randy at 111 after that set out. Anything's possible, Sam. Anything's possible. There's always tomorrow to fall off. Sure. Why is that on my track? So that 25, 26, 27. That's all you got to remember. You ain't got to sticker up my track. Well, if we didn't have our tracks numbered, that's what you used to do. But the tracks are numbered. Just remember the number. Unless you're James, then you can use stickers. Unless you're James, then you can use stickers. That's James. Yeah, the guy that helps you all the time. Track it. That is pure oil. You'll be pooping for 3 days in there. You have the hospital bills 1,000. Guaranteed. Yes. Oh, means you're getting better. Track. Track. Put it right there. Oh, that's too far forward. Give me that. Is that where y'all wrecked and went over there? I was over here putting the car on. I didn't see it. All right. No, don't pull that back. Don't pull that back. Oh, just don't bother. You're at 18, Ryan? 19? That's his finishing spot. We got 9 rotations. So he just finished. Ryan just finished at 113 total laps at 19 on the track. So it keeps track of where everybody ends. 113, brother. Ryan Bender, he's done. Stewart said done. 113 laps, making 19. Tribune. Yep, we're going to head right into it. Oh, let's finish this race out, and then you can. Because yeah. Guillermo, or Nathaniel. Yep, got to keep pushing. That's it. There's a lot of those. Guillermo, he's the garbage man on this one. You collected it all, ain't you, Guillermo? It happens. When it rains, it pours, Guillermo. Blow up. Did it roll at all? Put it back and move it. All right. No, that took a lap from him. I think that thing might be blown up. Hit the track button. Hit the track. That's your lead wire broke right there. It gets a minute 20. Giant button over there, I guess. Big button. Okay. Go ahead. Is it broke on both sides? All right. Go ahead, guys. I don't know. You gonna help? He said about to pull the axle out. See, that could be you, Guillermo. At least you just get involved in wrecks. When it rains, it pours. What was the track call for? Okay. It does pour, Guillermo. It does pour. Track, track. Mr. RC so far. All right, well, let it slide. Guillermo, you put his dog car on orange. Yeah, but they can't do things wrong in high situations. But you got to teach kids. And the best way to teach them is to give them something to lose. All right, let's see. Any ties? Nope, no ties. We're good. All right, looks like 147. Randy's going to get it. Let's go over here to points. Randy gets another one today. What do I still got? Yeah, I still got it. It's a little stretch reliever. My stretch reliever. I like making noise with that thing. You like it too, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. We need to go to the orange. And I need to exit out of this.
Y'all about to see me on that one.
Go over here. I need to do the road. All right, dude. See you, man. No sound out of range. Sound here. Test. All right, good. See if you would load up all the wing cards. All right, Group F wing. I know. I'm trying to get her done. James, Randy, Brian's not doing it. Gabriel's not doing it. Mom, are you racing wing car? Mom, are you racing wing car? Okay. You're racing too, right? Okay. So that Wendy, Dana, Lynn, Guillermo, Sean, Randy, James. Who am I missing? Blake racing too, right? Not yet. I gotta put you in there. Who else? I missed it. Drew, you racing wing? All right, Nathaniel, you're up. I'm going to go over there and track marshal. Nathaniel, you're up. Followed by Guillermo, James, John, Wendy, Glenn, Randy, Blake, Sam, Drew. All right, folks, we're going to roll on into it. Since that is at the limit of my headset, I'm going to leave my headset over here. I want to make sure I still got audio over here. Yeah, we're good. I'm going to leave my headset here. I'll check on it every heat to make sure it's still flashing and y'all got audio. And I'll be back after the race. Pretty much. right, let me check the sound here, Kenneth. Sorry about that. Test. Okay. Oh, that's kind of garbled. Maybe because of the, let me turn the music down a minute. There we go. Everything else looks good. Now aiming towards the racetrack. All right, sound's back up, I believe. Let me check here. All right, looks good. 5 seconds before we go. I'm coming back. Hello, Shelby. Hello, Shelby. We're out there track marshaling. Good night, Kenneth. You're still on there, man. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Dad, what was your number? Dad, what was your number? Blake, what's your number? Drew, what's your number? 16. Sam, what's your number? What number is that, Dad? Six. Glenn, what's your number? Sean, your number? James, your number? 5. Guillermo? All right, Guillermo wins it. Glenn, you're second. Dad, you're third. All right, folks, that's it for the race. It looks like Guillermo, let me get over here to the right display here. Guillermo's going to take it home in first place. Glenn second, Randy third, fourth Drew, fifth Wendy, sixth Nathaniel, seventh Sean, eighth Blake, ninth Sam, and 10th James. So when you go over here to the points and give one to Guillermo, as he gets another win here under his belt. That'll make 2 for him. And let's see here. All right, folks. Well, 7 hours and 21 minutes to run all these races. It's been a long day of slot car racing here at Lanes Raceway, but another beautiful weekend left here at Lanes Raceway. We started out when it was daytime. As you can see now, it is pitch black here, but a beautiful night still yet. Nonetheless, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Support your local slot car or hobby shop. God bless you guys, and we'll see you here Tuesday night for some 1RC action. Night racing. Be there or be square.